matter that he's currently attending to, but the office is here. Thank you. This is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honor. Is to look at, thank you very much, Honor. Is to look at the outcomes of that, financial year. This committee, financial year. This committee, we will first have the presentation. We will first have the presentation from the office of the executive mayor, and so it's going to be difficult, but I'll remind you. It's going to be difficult, but I'll remind you. Don't assume difficult, but I'll remind you. Don't assume that in its rule. When you respond, just please take 2 minutes to respond to your question, unless it's will require later. So we understand, Honorable Lange, you wanted to say something?
Chair, just very casually, may we just remind people then when we attend these meetings, we please redress.
Let's then move on to the presentations. The first presentation we would like to have or the Office of the Speaker or the Chairperson of MPEC. Or to Executive Mayor.
Apology. But just for to assist properly so that we are able to work and address and attend around. But for the purpose of this meeting and for the fact that I needed to be as creative as possible, so that
is understood and accepted.
Thank you very much, Chair. Combined Committee of SCOPA and COGTA convened to discuss on our feet, because we are here to what, Chairperson, my administration is committed to robustly address, ensuring that proper governance of our city assets, transparent and effective governance, strategically, is fiscal UIFWs is a non-negotiable edge through this gathering. I believe, Chairperson, that
organization, if we could call it that way.
May I just ask a question before?
Within the city of Johannesburg by next week, Tuesday. So, Chair, a big issue that the AGSA argued with us about in the 21-22 what we started doing in the city of Johannesburg was monthly reporting on the work in progress into it. We can then, that project can then start going, and we can reverse the impairment in the 2024 financial year, working out in terms of we evaluate to ensure that we don't have what we call in the process, and because of that, the financial statements that we submitted to the Auditor General meetings yesterday, with the AGSA, the audit opinion.
Finally, we strategically visualize data and how we above just our quarterly monitoring. We now look at it through the automated system to say that when there are time monitoring issues with regard to the data that's coming in. In terms of is about how we're looking at continuous improvement. Also, first time in the city where we've had, that system is now configured. That system is now configured to actually allow us to start visualizing the data.
You said you've got a unit within there?
Group Risk and Assurance Services.
Okay.
We monitor, amongst others, Chair, the compliance with the MFMA or Municipal Finance Management, Municipal Public Account Committee for investigation, and the entities, they conduct their own investigation through their board regulations, and they then, from the organization after the investigation, which is then done by the Group Internal Audit Services. I think the cities unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure reduction strategy, provide advisory services on the appointment of the service providers, mainly through the relevant legislation before the appointment is made. They also conduct the probity advisory services on the program.
Some of the tables and diagrams that have, or the indicators in terms of some of the compliance issues and where the trends have been in his introductory longer term responses, but as an immediate short term that is much more responsive on the ground, immediate and happening in terms of real responsive and accelerated service delivery is a fundamental shift that now starts taking law enforcement, by law enforcement and compliance to dealing with the mayoral committee or the mayoral service delivery committee is essentially held monthly, and that's chaired by the executive mayor. Then at the executive level, there's a service delivery on the ground in the ward per region. And that's also supported by our regional joint operations, our law enforcement, and of course, and then obviously escalated upwards in terms of investment and the other framework that in the context of the finance presentation as well. Chair, that is the section on politically, and as per what we will also find from the organization, the audit of performance objectives, that's AOPO, as well as culture of improvement within the organization at all levels to look at, and that's obviously through the oversight systems that bring about trust and credibility in terms of the processes of delivery are in place, monitoring and evaluation systems, processes, procedures and policies that framework for accountability. So the policies, issues where training and staff and sort of workforce of the city of Johannesburg, feedback and reporting as a process for compliance with regulation or all forms of regulation and other, in terms of this particular aspect, we're also looking at how we resolve our audit findings from the service delivery component, and of course, and management to allow a central system that allows us to, from intergovernmental relations, and how then do we work with all.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Being conducted by internal audit services, as well as that one of the board of the municipality, one that you've requested. We were sitting at about 20 point, additional 6.1 billion, that board of directors, and that sort of brought the balance. They are coming from the projects that were 3.7 billion that was added to that 6.1 billion chair. So in terms of the work of MPEG and the work of the board, as I said earlier, in terms of the ongoing investigation, and we are on track, Chair, to meet aligning to our own unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure reduction strategy, as well.
Health of the city of Johannesburg, and the key in any organization, there's 4 key pillars that we need to look at. We need to look at revenue. We've seen, Chair, your issue is metering and the likes. So us, as the city of Johannesburg, 61% to 83% that we are looking at now. Obviously, the target is to get as close as possible to 99%. That we are metering properly, number one. Each and every stand within the city of Johannesburg has a meter. There's an increase of non-revenue water, which I will touch on. Smart meters, but secondly, all these meters are connected so that at any given time, within, in terms of the first modules, in terms of contract management and bid in any supply chain space, to ensure that we are buying up. You would understand that we have the city of Johannesburg, our departments, and obviously the 14 entities that we have. We are centralizing. We've also added our own measures on top of what National Treasury said in the city of Johannesburg. So they touched on it, filling of critical posts, both within group finance, but the city of Johannesburg, where certain areas where we go in to collect our money of JMPD, we are still being attacked. So we need a coordinated response unit, not just from JMPD, because they are with us in terms of what we call our optimization strategy in the city of Johannesburg. Budget in particular, Chair, after housing, human city power and Joburg water gets the biggest share of our budget, because Joburg city issues that we have, and obviously the water elements. I'll talk about some in the market. So we are looking at triple Ps that we can bring into the space of electricity and water services. Cannot just be carried by government anymore. It's impossible. And I guess ESCOM is moving, and the gap has slowly but surely.
From them, so that when we have our discussion on what manage spending in ensure procurement, there are 2 sides. Is it's already identified by the AG in the 21-22 financial. Very much. Let me stop there. So the executive may want to start then.
Together with those of the executives that are here. Thanks.
As MPEC committee, always when we have meetings, the city manager must form part of those meetings. And what they will do is to come and convince us that some of expenditures, they cannot recover them. And if the committee is not happy about the reports, with the city manager being there, we return them back, even though we want to get rid of these UIFWs. As MPEC committee, I think we're the busiest committee because this is on our show. We have made 2 recommendations to council so far, where we were satisfied that they are irrecoverable, write them off. And the people, we incurred those, they commit them and then they vanish from the city. And we ended up saying, no, let's write it off. I'll leave the rest with the mayor to finish off.
What we'll do is I will give the group CFO to come in first, and then Zaid, and then group risk.
But here, the group finance function within the city of Johannesburg is a capacity. And DDs are mainly chartered accountants in the city of Johannesburg. But we must always remember, and I always stress this, because we are a group function, so we are, it's almost like a conglomerate in private sector purposes. Group finance sits at the top with the entities, 14 entities with their CFOs and CEOs and boards also doing their work at the bottom. So what we are doing now to centralize, and I think I touched on it in the presentation, the e-procurement system will be rolled out across the city as a whole, so that at any given time, group supply chain and myself as the CFO, I can click and see what exactly is happening at the entities, because at the moment we still rely mainly in terms of procurement and where procurement is on reports that we get from the entities. We need that system to be live so that if the interventions need to happen, they need to happen as we speak. So that's number one. And we also ensure that the spending is within budget. Obviously, like I say, Chair, the escalating bulk purchases that we see crowding out other expenditures makes it very difficult then for other services to be rolled out, and we need to really effectively deal with that, especially illegal connections, bypassing of meters. And that's why I talk about really ensuring that there's a return of law, because some of these things are not just, it's stealing, basically, Chair. When you bypass a meter for water and electricity, it's stealing. But I don't think residents understand, or even businesses understand, or they do understand. Maybe they think they'll never get caught or they'll never go to prison. And that's something that we are definitely moving across. You will see that we arrested one of the business owners a few months ago, and that strategy is being carried out through intervention with JMPD. And if we were to talk about what kind of support do we need from province, policing is a key one, Honourable Member. I know in the main police sits at national, but I think an integrated approach in terms of JMPD, province and national in dealing with these issues that we are seeing on the ground. I mean, you know, when you see in social media police being attacked and people laughing, it shows that maybe the morality of our society is decreasing and it's becoming a problem. And it hits that. So it's not just people being lawlessness. You start seeing it in our finances when people just refuse to pay. It's a problem that we are facing in the city of Johannesburg. But we have been engaging, I must say, Chair, with province and national in terms of that. The other thing, I think, provincial support. The Premier, I think a month or two ago, or something, he announced, and I was very excited when he announced it, a war on illegal connections in Gauteng. That program really needs to be elevated. I haven't asked City Power if they started feeling that program on the ground, but it needs to be elevated. It's critical. Throughout Gauteng, a war on these illegal connections. You know, we saw a basic concept in Kenya.
The more you motivate, the more you take more minutes.
Okay. Okay. I was going to tell you about Kenya, that's why. Infrastructure investment. So within our own budget, obviously, looking at the key priorities that the city of Johannesburg must cover, we try at our best, like I said, after housing, electricity, water, and roads get the biggest share of our budget. But we have realized, and the EM mentioned it, we need to be more innovative on bringing funds into the city of Johannesburg because, number one, our own coffers are strained, but we are starting to see now National Treasury and national government being strained. And that strain, Chair, will continue unless we start bringing in more investments at national and both local government, particularly the metros, because that's where the biggest populace of our country sits or stays. So we've started engaging national, but we are also engaging provincial treasury. Number one, to get the monies owed by GPG. GPG owes us money. But number two, to look at how they can also come into play and help us in terms of getting monies and grants that could be sitting at a provincial level. And if there's no grants there, how can we start engaging also the private sector to bring money in, whether through GPG or straight to our own coffers. In terms of smart metering, that program, Chair, has already started at City Power and Water. What we have decided is to say, let us be strategic in where we send our money in terms of where we're buying meters. So the first phase is what we call, like I said, the black portfolio, where we will ensure that our biggest customers in terms of water and electricity get the first smart meters, because that is where the bulk of our money is. They must get the first smart meters so that we can ensure that we are metering accurately, so that there's no queries on that and no legal issues, because we know that once we build them correctly, no legal issues, no queries, we should then get our money, because those are people that usually pay us on time. So if we can secure the bulk of that money or all of that money, then we will start rolling out to residential areas, obviously high impact residential areas first, and then looking at other residential areas. But at the same time, we are still looking at curbing of illegal infrastructure, including how then do we reduce water and electricity to those areas where illegal connections are rampant. It's actually also a suggestion from COGTA, provincial COGTA, to all three metros to say we need to look at areas that we know the illegal connections are high, and how do we deal with those areas in particular. That's it for my side. Okay, yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, Chair, for my side.
Say before, I think Group CFO, can you kindly respond to the budget for 2021, 2022, and then we'll take it to Zaid.
So, Chair, the total OPEX expenditure budget for 21-22 was 64 billion. So that's total operating expenditure. Salaries was 17 billion of that, meaning 26% of that infrastructure, of that budget. In terms of CapEx in 21-22, we're sitting at the adjusted budget, so the final budget was 7.3 billion for 21-22, and the performance was at 94% of that budget was spent.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think there's just one question that I'll cover, and that was the issue around how do we measure the sort of success rate on service delivery. Every year we undertake a customer satisfaction survey that has an independent assessment of what the public feels about service delivery in Johannesburg. Alternatively, we also work with the Gauteng City Region Observatory when they do their quality of life survey to look at those indicators. What we can say is from our last survey, which came out in September of 2023, so a couple of months ago, that the city of Johannesburg improved by 2% on service delivery. This was the first time we've seen an improvement, I think, since 2019 on service delivery. So, I mean, it's not a nominal way of measuring success, but I think it's some way in which we can actually say that what are the areas which are identified in these surveys for intervention, how we deal with it through the system of, the accelerated service delivery, and then when you measure it 6 to 12 months later, you get some sense of where we're going. So for the measure, that's the only reliable measure we can actually have, is an independent one by our customers or citizens or residents in the city, depending on who takes part in the survey. But for what we can say, it's the first time we've seen an improvement in about 4 years. Thanks. Sorry, Chair, maybe just one more thing before in our presentation, we did cover the material irregularities. It was actually the next slide before we stopped. So I'm sure you can talk about it from his office, what it was. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think let me just touch base on the other side, which is the prevention side on the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, as I said, the city has the reduction strategy, which is aligned to the MFMA Circular 111, and it's a three-pronged strategy which focuses on the prevention, deterrence, and detections. It was adopted April 2021, just before the circular was issued in November, and it includes, amongst others, the probities that are done on the tenders above 5 million, as I said earlier. And after the strategy, there were also various supply chain practice notes that were issued, particularly on the three quotation system, Regulation 32, as well as the Regulation 36 procurement, wherein I've indicated earlier that before the appointments are made, those particular report and process, they are subjected to compliance advisory and the probity. And including, Chair, we have previously been found wanting in terms of our composition of the BSC and the BEC. So currently we make sure that the people that sit on those committees, they are qualified or they have the relevant skills and the experience. We also, as a measure, in order to combat possible conflict of interest, Chair, those members, they are subjected to a vetting through our department called Group Forensic Investigation Services. And in terms of the material irregularities, Chair, after the audit of 2022, the AG issued about 4 of them. The material irregularity, one was on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which linked towards the expenditure management, which currently it has been. The response from city manager to AGSA was, to AGSA or Auditor General South Africa was assessed as appropriate. We are currently, through the attorney that we have appointed, busy recovering the amount that was paid to that particular service providers for the fire vehicles that were never delivered. We also have one material irregularity, which is on the expenditure management, wherein we have gave the expended social packages to the beneficiaries who were deceased, and we are currently with the process of reversing those undue benefits to them. And the last 2, they are on the investment management, wherein we had closed 2 accounts with Citibank and Deutsche Bank. However, we did not withdraw the available funds that were sitting there, and the Group CFO's office is currently consulting the 2 banks in order for us to withdraw the money that is sitting there, Chair. Thank you.
Just before the executive mayor comes, so BSc, I know it says partial of science, BEC, BEC, is it Branch Executive Committee?
Sorry, Chair, apologies for that. There's a BSc is the Bid Specification Committee, and the BEC is Bid Evaluation Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much. You've assisted me. In fact, that was my first cause of action, to ask for him to assist us with the acronyms. But Chair, allow me to to give you a sense of comfort in the fact that for the first time in 5 years, the city of Johannesburg has filled all 3 strategic positions in the city, which means a city manager, a group financial officer, as well as a CFO, which is a chief operations officer. I'll also shy away from the acronyms. And us being subjected to a city where we have inconsistency in terms of acting, arrangements that were not sustainable. Every 6 months, there's a new executive that is appointed every 6 months. It doesn't allow the city to function optimally, and accountability levels are at its lowest. Hence, Mr. Zaid Ibrahim alluded to the fact that although 2%, we have demonstrated an improvement in our performance, and that is a response that we get from the residents themselves. And the constant engagements that we have, we get a better understanding on critical issues that were long-standing in many of our communities that have gone unnoticed, unattended, because we did not have the right people in the right position to be held accountable. But I can also equally state that they are very capable, qualified, and suitable for the roles in which they occupy. That's the response to the question relating to whether the city has a city manager and a group CFO. I think the team has covered many of the responses that were required, and I will not take the opportunity to further take more of your time, Chair. But thank you very much for the opportunity. We are very much grateful. Thanks.
Thank you. And there were lots of other issues we wanted to raise, but what we'll do is that we'll study what you have gone through today. If there are follow-up questions, we'll be able to send them to you. Even if some of the questions we asked now were not responded to adequately, we'll come back to you, just we'll send that. So that's the first thing I want to indicate. The second thing is that our major concern or areas of focus as the committee was to understand what the city of Joburg is doing to address the 2021-22 findings. And I think you have explained that. The bigger question is what has been the impact of plans and things you've done. And we obviously are going to be able to see that in the 22-23 audit outcomes. We've got an assurance from the Auditor General's office that the latest is the 15th of December. Yeah, they said 15th of December that the results will be out. It could even be earlier. So we expect that you would have received that. Then what we're going to ask is that by the 30th of January, you don't come to us. You just make an assessment of the impact of the plans you have made. I think they already, Mr. Moraka there has already indicated some of the what to expect from the audit outcomes. But we just want to be sure if the plans and things you're putting have been able to assist you to move towards that. So that's the first thing, and we'll write to you to ask for that by the 30th. We will receive it by the 30th of January. The second part, which is also important for us, is that we do oversight on the provincial departments of COGTA and Treasury. So we wanted to have a sense of how do you relate to them? And I think we've got some sense. We know that particularly these two departments work mainly with the local municipalities rather than the metros. But we wanted to get a sense of what's happening there, what support are you giving and all that, so that we can be able to intervene only as it relates to financial management, governance, and accountability, not other things. I hear that Mr. Moraka was talking about other things. It's fine. We'll note those as well, but we are more concerned about that aspect. And lastly, which was something that we're directing to the chair of MPEC and also the speaker. We wanted to have a sense of what from the legislative side or legislature side. What is the expectation of support from the Gauteng provincial legislature, not government? So those are the three things, that areas that we're really interested in, because if we're to support municipalities, we should be able to deal with those things. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you. So I'm basically saying that those three areas will emphasize them in our follow-up, which we'll expect that we'll get the responses by the 30th of January next year. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you very much, the Executive Mayor, Chairperson of MPEC, senior officials, for your time that you've taken here. I appreciate the fact, Executive Mayor, that you had an outreach or program out there in communities, but to prioritize the work of this committee. Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of our session. Honorable Malema, Honorable Dilangi, thank you very much. Let's adjourn for 10 minutes whilst we wait for the next municipality. Thank you very much. this morning. My name is Sochaile. The surname is Kanyile. I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. But today I'm combined committee that is looking at the consolidated report of the Auditor General on the 2021-22 MFMA audit. Yes, it's 21-22, it's not 22-23, which is almost about 16. So we just had a meeting with the city of Johannesburg. Wait, I've just said we must break for a short while. So,
Amanda de Lange, and I'm a member of this committee.
thank you very much. Let me introduce yourselves so that you can know who is here. Do not introduce anyone else outside of those.
My name is Councillor Nzwanano, the Speaker of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality.
Yes, Executive Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Johan Metler, City Manager.
Thank you very much for that. Let me just also once again indicate that we appreciate the fact that you've submitted the reports we requested from you. Thank you very much. They assisted us. It's going to make our discussions simpler and shorter. Which therefore means that when you make the presentation, please stick to time. Don't assume that we haven't read your documents. We did. Just be able to stick to time. And also that I think I've explained the mandate of this committee. It was established by the Speaker in terms on the 12th of October this year to look at the Consolidated General Report on local government audit outcomes for the 2021-22 financial year. This is the report of the Auditor General of South Africa. When the Speaker established this combined committee, it was based on the GPL or Gauteng Provincial Legislature Rule 139, Section 1, Subsection K, and also Rule 146 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Just the basic things. First, we want to request that you refrain from using acronyms because we might not understand the acronyms in the local municipalities. So please, wherever there's an acronym, just tell us what it is, then you can use it after that. Secondly, we want to ask you to stick to the time we have allocated to you. I'm not sure whether you are going to present one report from both of you or each is going to present. That is also the Speaker is going to make a presentation or the Executive Mayor, or it's just going to be combined. We'll hear from you. And also that when it's time for engagement with yourselves, we want to request that you stick to the questions we're asking. One problem we have is that when we say to councillors, please stick to the time we've given you, they do so, but with officials, they go for a long time. So they go overboard. So want to request that when you ask questions later, we ask that for each question spend about 2 minutes. For each question spend about 2 minutes. You can go beyond or above that if it's absolutely necessary. Our understanding, Executive Mayor, just before we move, there's information we didn't ask you before, but want to ask you if maybe they can try and gather it for you if you don't have it now, because we're going to have to talk about it later. It is, we just want to understand what was the budget of the municipality in the 21-22 financial year, the budget. And within that context, how much was spent on capital or budgeted for capital projects and how much was for human resources. Please ask. Yeah, so that's, that, you're going to ask for that later. I'm saying if you don't have it, please get it ready or ask them to get it for you already. Our understanding is that the city of Tshwane in the 21-22 financial year regressed. It received an adverse audit opinion. So this is why we are having a discussion with yourself. We've identified only 5 municipalities, and it's based on them regressing. It was only Johannesburg that we decided to call because whilst it's not the city, but it's some of the entities that regressed. So that's where we are at. So let me take this opportunity to hand over to, first we would prefer the presentation from the executive mayor, then the presentation from the speaker. Unless it's one presentation, we'll explain that, then we'll hand it like that. Over to you, executive mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's going to be 2 presentations because I think they speak to 2 different spheres or 2 different parts of responsibility, one legislative and the other executive. I'm going to try and stick to time, but we did start a little bit late. You must just cut me off, I suppose. This city manager is going to be doing the details, the technical presentation, including answering your questions as to the employee remuneration bill, as well as the total budget of 2021-2022.
Let me just assure you, Executive Mayor, that I am going to give you the time I've allowed you to. What I'm going to have not be able to deal with is questions later. There we're going to restrict ourselves.
All right.
So the time I allocated you, yes, you have it.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity. What we were called here to answer on was the following issues: quality of our financial statements, performance reporting, compliance with legislation, service delivery, governance, oversight and accountability, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the deteriorating financial health of the city, and progress in dealing with material irregularities arising from that financial year 2021-22, and lastly, our assessment of how our efforts will impact on the next audit outcome. Chairperson, as a set of prefatory remarks, I would just want to say that it's evident from the 2021-2022 audit, which was an adverse outcome, of course, as you mentioned, that many of the key issues raised did not arise in that one financial year in the audit. It arose over a number of years, and if you look at the detail of the audit, even the number of pages of the audit report of 2021-2022, it is clear that a far deeper, more comprehensive assessment is done of the city's financials as well as performance. But just to give you one example, of the 3 key findings of the city that led to an adverse outcome, one was property, plant and equipment. Now, the problems with property, plant and equipment, in particular the classification as well as the valuation of the assets, did not arise in that one financial year. The methodology that had been used and audited many times before. So what is clear is that what was discovered in 2021-2022, it was almost like ripping off a plaster that had been applied for many, many years. And that's a good thing. If you discover things that haven't been discovered before but had been wrong before, you have an opportunity to fix them. But what is clear from that audit and the findings was a pattern of critical information either being curated or being not fully disclosed to the mayoral committee and the municipal council. Now, of course, that reflects on our own oversight responsibilities as an executive and as a council. But to mention one more example of that, in 2013, the city had concluded a prepaid smart electricity contract. Now, that's a decade ago. And eventually that contract was declared unlawful and unconstitutional and set aside. There was constitutional remedy given to the city to phase it out. But what was only discovered after this financial year that was being audited was that a lot of the output, in fact, all of the output VAT on that contract, which effectively lasted between 2013 and 2017, had not been accounted for. In other words, the city's owed VAT, which was not paid. It was the structure of that particular contract that circumvented the internal systems for the accounting of VAT. Unfortunately, these details were not given to the executive, to the council, or even to the Auditor General in successive auditing cycles, which meant that the city was making budgetary decisions in the absence of the full set of what our obligations were. And you know, SARS, if it is a creditor, you will pay. There's no way of getting out of that. Unfortunately, interests and penalties accumulated on that unpaid VAT portion. Settlements were reached between SARS and city officials, again without the city council and the executive being informed of the particulars. But this is one of the examples that I mentioned of a clear pattern of critical information not being fully disclosed. Now, the reasonable assumption that one makes, especially in this instance, this example, and I don't want to make too much of it, although I have to mention that the full VAT liability, interest and penalties, was in the area of about 3 or 4.9 billion rand, which is massive liability. And the reasonable conclusion one can only make is that those who were involved in that initial irregular contract had every incentive not to identify mistakes and consequential errors related to that. What made the situation worse was that in 2020, the City Council was dissolved, Section 139(1)(c) was invoked, and for a period of about 7 months, there was no City Council to do any oversight work in terms of looking at appointments, looking at revenue collection, looking at supply chain management. And of course, the reason for that long delay, in part, was the COVID-19 lockdown. And this is exceptional. For a period of 7 months, a major metropolitan city that's already in financial difficulties, having no city council in order to account to the public and do the important work that needs to be done. So, in general terms, how are we redressing this? I think what is essential is that there is a wholesale change of organizational culture in the city of Tshwane, including this pattern of information being hidden from the public, the council, and the Auditor General. We have now, for the first time in a very long time, 8 permanently appointed Section 56 managers, including a CFO who is joining us here, and I won't introduce him. He can introduce himself as your rules require, Chairperson. But this stability of management is essential. There were various delays in this appointment process because of political instability. As I sit here, I am the 3rd mayor of Tshwane this year. An appointment process was embarked upon under the 1st mayor, but obviously when he resigns, everything that was initiated by that mayor in terms of recruitment of Section 56 managers starts from scratch. Now, luckily, we have our permanent appointments, and that stability is going to be essential. The second measure that we've taken was to appoint a number of structures to make sure that we do play the critical oversight role over the administration that might have been lacking before. The first was the establishment of a consequence management committee. Now, you would know that in terms of material irregularities, in particular, what the Auditor General wants to know is not just what you're doing about an irregular contract, but who is going to be held to account. The structure of ordinary MACO meetings is not given to what is the progress on this disciplinary case, what is the legal advice on that disciplinary case. So we've created a substructure that meets in committee and where this information is scrutinized in detail. There are also minutes of this so that that can be scrutinized. The second structure that was created was an executive audit tracking committee with a mandate that looks at those 3 critical areas that led to an adverse audit, being 1, property, plant, and equipment, to which I'd already referred, 2, creditors, and 3, related to creditors, cash flow. It was failures in those 3 areas that led on the annual financial statements to an adverse audit. And what was required was far more rigorous questioning of what is being done to address the mistakes of the past, what representations are being made to the Auditor General, what is the advice of the Auditor General, and how we are acting on that advice. The city also has 2 resources from National Treasury to assist us with rebuilding systems and controls. And we've got various interactions with those resources, and they've given us advice about not just the technical stuff, but also some policy matters, such as seeking exemption or taking advantage of the debt relief scheme by ESCOM, provided that certain conditions are met. So I'll return in a moment to and just one final, and I'm sure the city manager will come to this as well. The last point is rebuilding that pipeline of investigation that goes from internal audit to the audit committee, and that obviously involves the city manager, and that eventually lands at MPAC. The CM can speak to this, but what we discovered was that many of the reports, the forensic reports, the investigations, had been stuck somewhere, either by neglect or by intention, so that they don't reach MPAC, and the MPAC chair will speak to the extent of the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has already been dealt with by council, i.e. Decisions on write-off or investigation and claiming back that money. So those sets of measures, and as I said, I'll comment at the end as to what I believe our success is going to be by the end of the year. The most glaring feature of governance in the city of Tshwane, and this has got implications for our ability to deliver services and our constitutional mandate, is a budget deficit at least of 3 billion, probably more. And it was important for us to analyze how the Metro got to this point. Now, of course, we're not the only one, we're not unique. There are macro factors within which local government operates, and they would include things such as the effect of the COVID-19 lockdown on the ability of consumers to pay, encouraging and inculcating a culture of non-payment, especially during that time because people were struggling. Businesses had to close, people lost their jobs, and unfortunately we've never returned to pre-lockdown levels of revenue collection. The second issue, which is common to many municipalities, is the effect of load shedding on our financing model, our finance model. 10 years ago, a municipality could distribute electricity and make sufficient surplus on that in order to maintain its distribution network and to cross-subsidize other services. Last year, the city made more than 2 billion rand loss on the sale of electricity, in part to the effect of load shedding on the electricity distribution business. But that's only in part. It's not the whole explanation of the situation. Lastly, of course, there is the fact of almost zero economic growth, any significant economic growth in the past decade, whereas people continue to move to the cities, whether it be from Tshwane's rural hinterland or from across the country's borders, in hope of a better life for all. And we can see that also in land use management patterns, the patterns of informality, the land hunger, and then the demand for rudimentary services and the other pressures on each and every one of the services the city needs to deliver. Those are the macro factors. The more specific issues in Tshwane, I've mentioned before the effect of lockdown plus Section 139, administration, on the ability of the city to exercise any meaningful oversight for about 7 months. Secondly, in 2019, and perhaps this is pertinent to your question, Chairperson, in 2019, the city changed from salary scales, a so-called benchmarking exercise, from Patterson to task. Now that's the technical explanation, but what actually happened is that senior management had awarded themselves salary increases without concluding the consultation process at the local labor forum, following a legitimate benchmarking exercise, but the consultation hadn't been concluded. This triggered an unprotected strike, which turned very, very violent and very, very disruptive. But unfortunately, instead of reversing those management salary increases, a compromise was reached with organized labor outside of collective bargaining processes that had 2 features. One was the change of salary scales. The effect of that was between 12% and 18% salary increases to Tshwane employees outside of the main collective agreement. Secondly, ex gratia payments were made to a number of employees, which effectively, as I understand it, was an attempt to break the unprotected strike. The effect of that arrangement, again outside of formal collective bargaining, was to increase the city's employee-related expenses in one financial year, that is from 2018-19 to 2019-20, by 2.6 billion rand. I can safely say that had it not been for that, the city would not be in the extent of the financial distress in which we are. And I mention that also because it's relevant to current disputes about employee-related expenditure. Lastly, of course, I've referred to the VAT liability already, and although a lot of that money has been paid, there is still a portion of it left, and of course there's the historical impact of those payments having been made. The budget deficit is our response to that. Of course, if you adopt an unfunded budget, you have to adopt a funding plan. And that the city of Tshwane did in June when we adopted the budget. And in broad terms, that funding plan seeks to reduce distribution losses, water and electricity, to limit capital spending to grant funding, obviously a very difficult decision. But given the financial constraints on the city, that is the only reasonable step we could take. And then lastly, the most controversial was seeking exemption from salary increases in the present financial year. That was specifically authorized by the Municipal Council and an item in the budget. That decision triggered much later on, again, another unprotected strike, which has only just ended, characterized by unprecedented levels of violence and criminality, wholesale disruption of basic services and threats to the lives of employees. We are currently in a mediation process with organized labor, and one of the commitments we've given at that process is not to give to the public or the outside world a blow by blow, but simply to assure the public that we are taking measures in order to ensure labor stability, and then, of course, within the reality of financial constraints. Aside from the funding plan of the budget, our priorities are to rebuild the tax administration capacity of the city, our revenue value chain, and this includes improving metering, billing, dealing with disputes effectively, and then ensuring that credit control happens. To this end, there have been management changes in the revenue management division. There have also been changes in the supply chain management divisions in terms of management, because the corollary of collecting what is due to you is getting value for money from what you are spending. I'm not going to dwell on that. The CFO is here to answer any particular questions on revenue and supply chain management and whatever falls to him to answer. I mentioned before the dependence of of the issue of sound financial management and financial health to the city's electricity business. Those two can't be separated. And we can complain about what Eskom is doing and what national government is not doing, but it's also incumbent upon us to try and secure as much energy independence from Eskom as is possible, using what is available to us. And to that end, the Municipal Council has embarked upon a process to have 2 old power stations leased to the private sector because the city itself simply does not have the balance sheet, nor do we have the capital and, quite frankly, the expertise to be running power stations. But we do have those assets. Other measures taken in terms of our work of our energy task team is to review policies such as small embedded energy generation, rooftop solar, and wheeling policy, so that that is not just a threat to us, but also a potential opportunity where we can source power from surplus rooftop solar, and that's of course also independent of Eskom. Taking measures to request information from the private sector as to alternative energy generation, especially clean energy generation, is the final point under that. I also want to mention that the problem with our electricity business is in part, yes, load shedding, having to provide the service, run the fixed cost even though you can't sell the product, especially stage 5 and 6 load shedding. But it's also because of an ineffective tariff. The tariff is not structured. We have realized, especially in our preparation for next year's budget, it is not structured to be cost reflective, and it is not optimized for the realities of the unstable electricity supply. The city has also obtained permission from the MEC for local government to finalize our valuation process, our property valuation process, which was behind schedule. Our last property valuation was, I think, in 17, 18. And so there's also a lot of work that needs to be done there, but we are on track to do so. And I mention these factors because they will have a potential impact, a positive impact on the city's financial position. Of course, we have to keep in mind that our consumers, we exist for our consumers. Our consumers don't exist for us. And so whatever we pass on to them in a new budget must be affordable. Chairperson, then I want to conclude to answer the final question, the expectation of these measures on the audit outcome, which was a specific question. Firstly, we expect institutional resistance to change. If you're going to change a culture, if you're going to change management, and if the previous way of doing things didn't work, there will be resistance. And that will come at a cost. We already have seen some of that resistance in a broader term with the unprotected strike, but there will be more sophisticated and specific ways of resistance which we will have to overcome. I don't expect us to have a positive audit outcome in the sense of an unqualified or a clean audit in the next financial year. I don't expect that because of the complexity of addressing one of the findings in particular, and that is property, plant, and equipment. The Auditor General has basically questioned every single assumption that we've been operating on since, I think, about 2016. And that is not a job that you fix within one financial year. We are working very hard with the Auditor General to make sure that work that had already been done on an asset verification process does not go to waste, that methodology can be applied consistently. But that is just the reality of it and the feedback that I have received at the Executive Audit Tracking Committee. There has obviously also been a delay in the appointment of a permanent CFO, which I think has affected our ability to respond with speed to many of the findings. But that excuse is now over with our new CFO joining the organization. And he's young, you can see he's young, so he'll survive many years. And due to the change in legislation, it's no longer 5-year contracts, it's permanent appointees. In essence, there has to be a significant improvement on the findings of the AG, and that I expect, especially in cash flow and in creditors. But as I mentioned, PPE will take longer. And if I were to be pressed, I would say, according to available information, we've got a very good chance of getting a qualified audit, which has been an improvement on an adverse audit, but not at this stage with the time available, unqualified or clean. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I mentioned, the City Manager has got a detailed presentation that he will present. Thank you.
Yeah, let's do this. Thank you very much, Zaitime. That was very detailed and very informative. We had thought that the 15 minutes you allocated is for you to make the comments and the City Manager, if possible, to comment. So what I suggest we do, because I think you've touched most of the salient points, I would give the City Manager, remember we've received the presentation, we've gone through it. So it's just if in the next 5 minutes, and I'm sorry to do this to you, if there are critical things you think that we need to look at, given that the Executive Mayor has really given us the gist of the whole thing and the background and what is being done and all that. So we'll be able to do that. It's a pity that you can't run the presentation from your side there where you're sitting. Oh, you can. Okay, no, it's fine. Let it be run then. So just take us through 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will just go to particular slides. Slide 23, please. That simply focuses on the steps that we took after we received the adverse opinion. What clearly spells out, this is what we did in order to deal with the vast majority, except for the assets as the EMS has noted, of issues that were raised. So that is there. It also makes mention of the Audit Tracking Committee, which was new, because there was also a finding that there was a lack of leadership in terms of oversight. And for that reason, there was also that particular committee. So I'll then skip to 25. If we can just go to 27 quickly. The EM has noted that there was a problem in the chain of dealing with irregular expenditure. That is why the irregular expenditure went through the roof. It was not treated. And upon my arrival, what we have done was to unpack, to unblock, and then to put about 13 billion, is it now 10 billion or 13 billion, but it was a lot of billions, 10 billion of a combination of irregular and unauthorized expenditure through that system. So that system is there explained on 27. So that's what we've dealt with. There's a number of material irregularities, and this is the last point. Number of material irregularities that we have been working with the AG. There are 12 altogether. We have, and there were 3 of them that were raised in this financial year, but related to the previous financial year.
When you say this financial year, you mean 2021, 22 or 22, 23?
No. Yes, the 22, 23 one. Sorry, where are we now? Yes, actually you are quite correct. So the 22, 23 one. Thank you for that. So, and we have dealt with, in other words, we have managed to finalize 4 of them. So 4 that were coming a long way from, let's say, about 2017 to 2018. We have now dealt with them, and the rest I have made a significant inroad into the recommendations that were made by the AG. They have just not been signed off yet. So I do expect that there would be a number of them also that would be signed off. Like I say, 7 of them are still being attended to, and hopefully about 2 or 3 of them will still be able to do during this period of auditing. So I've just rushed through because I know that the material irregularities, well, it's not personal, but I mean, I can be held personally accountable for not attending to those. So they have, and I'm also reporting on those to the committee, to the executive tracking committee. I will think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. City Manager, I think we've now had the executive side. So let's hear from the oversight position. I'm not sure how you're handling it, both of you, but I'll give to the speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning. My presentation is very short. The table of the content is legislative compliance with regards to the annual report, scrutiny of the annual report, oversight intervention. Legislative compliance with regards a annual report, primary challenge leading to the deviation of oversight reports. Errata to submit APC. APC, it's Audit and Performance Committee.
I think let's do this, Speaker. I can see that you are reading from the presentation. We would love it to be flighted. It would have been better if you are the one that's controlling it, so that you can see like they're like.
Yes, you can find it if you have.
Yeah, if you can be assisted quickly so that we can follow what is being presented. Where is the presentation not in our system?
Yes.
I'm looking at the staff of the legislature. Mampati, is it not in our system? Because then it's easy to. So it would mean you'd have to bring whatever laptop to the city manager to use that one so that it can see. Okay, we can move with the speed there.
And scrutiny on the 2021 to 2022 annual report, and then council intervention. Now, I'm on slide 1, legislative compliance, primary challenges leading to the deviation of oversight reports. Executive requested to submit an errata, APC signed report, resignation by the mayor, it resulted to vacuum. APC is a audit and performance committee. Can I have my paper there? I'm just like you. Thank you very much. And moving to the next slide. The oversight and scrutiny of the 2021-2022 annual report. Workshops conducted with APC, HESA, and COGTA per section 131 MFMA. Identifying root cause for repeated finding internally, creating a common understanding on HESA findings, sourcing guidance to strengthen council oversight processes, and be referred to the Annex F on the report that was forwarded. Probably on the second last slide, meetings of the Office of the City Manager per section 62 of MFMA established plan to address UIFW section 32 MFMA. Determine management control to achieve MI targets. Track success to UIFW strategy submitted end of 2020 to 2021. And B, reduction strategy and MI report are on Annexure C, D, and E. Now I'm on the last slide. MPEG Public on 2021-2022 Annual Report, Public Hearings. Promotes public participation and accountability and transparency. Sessions to extend it to all public to address council sitting on the 27th of 7/2023 council meeting, moving from norm, compliance with legislation section 129 of MFMA. MPEG report, MPEG meetings on the 2021-2022 AR, meetings held to consider a council oversight report on NR, underpinned by MPEG terms
I
of
would think
references.
AR means annual report.
Yes,
Okay,
annual
thank
report, yes. Underpinned by MPEG terms of references, concluding compliance with legislature, section 129 of MFMA. Council oversight intervention, that is the slide, the last slide. MPEG will oversee the management action plan on UIF, WNMI reduction strategy to monitor effectiveness. Chairperson, I would like to end there and give it to the chairperson of MPEG to continue. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think in a nutshell, the role that we played as oversight, it starts with building a relationship with Group Audit and Risk and the Audit and Performance Committee, the APC, as well as having a relationship with the city manager. Because what we found in the city of Tshwane was everything was done in silos, and that is why there was a backlog. So reports were not coming to MPEG, and that is why you would have seen that there was this huge UIFW amounting to almost 13 billion. But we were able to have that reduced to, reduced to 10 billion, and that was written off. Some was recommended for recovery. We're able to do that, like I was saying, by making sure that we work with the city manager, and I must really compliment the MPEG committee members. We've put in a lot of work. Legislation requires us to have 4 meetings per annually. And as a committee, we had over 14 meetings where we had to sit and go through all those reports, and as well as the office of the city manager. So we're able to fix what led to us not getting the reports on time, so that they can be dealt with and sent through to council, as MPEG is a body of council. The other thing that we did that I think it will put us in a better position, like the mayor was saying, is the fact that we made sure that we adopt terms of reference. We now move from a Section 79 committee to a Section 79A committee that allows us to really do proper scrutiny. We don't only now focus on financials, but we also focus on performance. So you will see going forward, and we've already started this, we are now having departmental hearings where the committee does not just sit to adopt reports, but we are actually scrutinizing what departments are doing. We are actually also able to identify those where they are lacks, or we are able to see risks as they come and help the departments to make sure that those risks are avoided. But the other thing that's also important, I think, that we've done, and that is going to help us going forward, so we are not in the same position, is the fact that we've also got good relationships with external stakeholders. Like yourself, you know, MPEG has been actively participating in the meetings that you've held, because it is important that we have best practices that we share amongst the different municipalities. But also, when we got the AG report, we had a meeting with the Auditor General, as a committee, the full component of MPEC, where we went through all of the findings individually so that we can properly understand. Then after having done that, we met with the city manager, where we went through the audit action plan.
From the Gauteng Provincial Government Department in terms of the support that you're supposed to be given. Executive Mayor, I heard you saying there are certain things that ESCOM, I think it's in relation to your revenue streams or revenue intervention in terms of what you are collecting, and you will correct me, they stand to be corrected, that there are certain things that ESCOM is doing, and then you also mentioned that, the national government, there are certain things that the national government is not doing. I don't know if maybe you can take us through as to what are those, if there are things that they were expected to do in assisting you as the municipality. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Do you have any questions on Honorable Tilange? Yes, we could go ahead.
Chair, thank you very much. Also appreciation for the presentation. And we do realize that although it looks bleak, I do understand the fact that you also have to come and report on historic events that this current management was not part of. Cannot be easy, and we have to recognize that as well. Chair, my questions would be, the recovery for revenue owed to service delivery takes more than 2 months. Why is that? And what remedial steps are being put in place? When investigation material irregularities, mention was made of an investigation pipeline and the dedicated committees overlooking the process. Could you indicate what the timeline would be? And then only 42% of 12 material irregularities have been attended to. Why is there a slow progress? And can you give more details on the 7 cases that is still outstanding? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Now that is not really a lot of questions, let me just add mine as well so that we can just deal with all the questions at once. To take on from one question asked by Honorable Malema, that has to do with the support you expect from the Gauteng Provincial Government, particularly the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and Gauteng Department of COGTA. Mine is directed to the Speaker and the Chairperson of MPEC. The expectation or expected support from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Are you receiving it? What is it? Is there an expectation? The second part of my question is directed to the Speaker and also the Chairperson of MPEC. I hear the Chairperson saying that the MPEC, because it's now Section 79A committee, it also do oversight on performance audit. I just want to have a sense. I would have thought that if that's the case, what then is the role of the other Section 79 committees, especially given that there is a need for, as the Auditor General puts it, quarterly assessment of performance. So if you can just assist me to understand that. And then also my understanding of how we must deal with UIF and Ws, with these unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, is twofold. There's already UIF and Ws that have been realized. So you investigate, you write off, or you recommend. So I think we've got a sense of what you are doing on that side. I think we're more concerned about the side of prevention. Because our understanding is that the legislation requires that the accounting officer, which is the city manager in this case, is supposed to have plans to ensure prevention that these things don't occur. What is the plan of the municipality? So it's a question directed to the executive mayor. Plans of the municipality to ensure that there's prevention. Right. So that's the main issue. And then those were my questions. Let me leave it there. Thank you very much. Over to, I don't know who wants to start first, maybe Executive Mayor or the Speaker, I don't know.
Chairperson, I will start, and the balance and the details will be answered by a City Manager and CFO, especially relating to figures and so on. Let me go to your question and that of Honourable Malema on support received from other spheres of government. I think in the first instance, we've had a number of discussions with the Gauteng MECs for finance, for economic development, and for COGTA about the province's energy independence plans. And there has been agreement to work with that task team, city officials and provincial officials on an informal basis. A few weeks ago, the city had energy sector in Daba, where the Deputy Director General of COGTA in the province, I hope I've got the designations right, province was represented there. They gave input. There's continuous engagements. My reference to Honourable Malema, the failure of Eskom, I think, is just a statement in general with the energy supply not being available, the monopoly supply being, the problems at Eskom, the problems related to load shedding. It's not a particular thing where I'm saying national government promised us this and didn't deliver. It's just a statement on how do you deal with the collapse of the state energy monopoly as a metropolitan city. As to input and cooperation, I can again say we have a very good relationship with the Minister of Electricity, who was also represented at our Energy Indaba and gave valuable inputs into our plans to use Pretoria West and Rooiwal, as well as the other aspects of our attempts at energy independence. But now that I'm invited to ask, I'm going to use the opportunity. Human settlements, Chairperson, Honourable Malema, we have a number of unproclaimed areas in the city of Tshwane, especially of the old Buputa Tswana area, where services are being rendered. In some instances and other instances, we can't formally provide services. But because those areas haven't been proclaimed, we're unable to, in fact, send, well, not unable, but it makes it very difficult to charge for services that are being rendered there. And you know, it's a messy process that was embarked upon with the integration of these areas into one constitutional dispensation. And those unproclaimed areas, the grant, to the best of my recollection, used to go to the metros. Now the grant goes to the province. I'm not quite sure what that grant is, but anyone who knows this area will know what I'm talking about. And our concern is that very often we see that conveyances are appointed to do the proclamations, but then those conveyancing panels expire without the proclamations having been done. There is an enormous amount of revenue, we believe, and services that ought to be unlocked, and we would ask assistance with the proclamation of those unproclaimed areas. Also, human settlements related, there are certain properties in the city of Tshwane that belong to these historic, or that belonged to these legacy entities. They are now called Northwest Development Corporation. That includes areas like Babalehi, and we need assistance from the Gauteng provincial government to get some kind of a solution to that process, because now you've got parcels of industrial land owned by a development corporation of a different province in the city of Tshwane. In the case of the Mpumalanga Development Corporation, they owe us a prodigious amount of money. And that has also not been resolved in terms of ownership and so on. So either you give the land to the people who are occupying there, the tenants, or you transfer it to the city of Tshwane, but there has to be some kind of a resolution. You can't have provincial entities of the Northwest and Mpumalanga owning properties in Gauteng, in our jurisdiction, especially if the obligation is on us to provide development and services in those areas. Lastly, assistance would be appreciated on getting enrollment at the NHBRC when it comes to top structures. Building top structures is not a municipal competence. We do that under agreement with the province. But unfortunately, there are such delays with the NHBRC that it can take up to a year to get enrollment, which delays in the delivery of that. In general terms, I think in terms of intergovernmental cooperation, there is this set of regulations that help give municipalities debt relief from ESCOM. But some of those provisions that are written in there, and the city of Tshwane have objected to them, are just, we believe, not constitutional. So if you're going to forfeit control of your electricity distribution business, that is a local government competence at present. It shouldn't be. If you're going to forfeit your ability to borrow money, that will also affect your ability to. So we can have that conversation. We understand that as somebody with a begging bowl, we haven't got a very strong negotiating position, but support in that regard to make those conditions for ESCOM debt relief more reasonable, I think would be appreciated. Then, Honourable De Lange, the city manager will speak to the creditors as well as the details of that investigative pipeline. And what I meant with that comment was, you initiate an investigation because something is flagged as irregular or potentially irregular, fruitless and wasteful, and then unauthorized is more plain to see. And then there is usually a forensic investigation conducted by Group Audit and Risk Department. A report is then rendered to the city manager and the internal audit committee, the Audit and Performance Committee. And then that goes as recommendations to MPAC. Now, that flow of reporting is what I meant with the restoration of that pipeline. And the city manager can elaborate on the details as well as the details of the 7 material irregularities and the delays in dealing with that. Then, Chairperson, just finally, there's some question I didn't answer in terms of our relationship with Provincial Treasury. Because metros report directly to National Treasury, as opposed to local municipalities and district municipalities who report to province, most of our day-to-day interactions is with National Treasury, but at the same time, Provincial Treasury does have a supervisory role, and the city manager can correct me here. So, for instance, when we didn't have a mayor at the beginning of the year, that delayed our budget process, and we had to seek certain assurances or permission from the MEC for finance. We're also in talks with Provincial Treasury on waste-to-energy projects, where potential assistance can be given to that, because waste is a major problem in this province. Waste to landfill is the oldest of old-fashioned way of dealing with things, and it's no longer working. And so there's also a feasibility study, but I don't think Treasury, Provincial Treasury is directly involved with that, but there's a cooperation with GDARD on a feasibility study of one final landfill project where we can share all of the metros in the province. So, Chairperson, your final question was steps in dealing with... oh, yes. So it's not just about addressing the problem and investigating the case, it's about fixing the system that led to the problem. In all of our engagements with AG, they have also made this point clear. It doesn't just help you go and investigate, or you go write off, or you go recover. You must identify the systems and controls that have broken down have led to that. There are a number of issues which are being interrogated at a very detailed level. And let's take it on those core findings. First, creditors. The way that the city prioritizes payments is an issue that needs to be investigated, because we often hear complaints, this creditor is being paid, that one is not being paid. Now, anybody who is in a cash flow crunch will know that that is a bit inevitable. You see what you have in the bank and then you pay based on. However, if that rises to the level where payments becomes almost a corrupt arrangement between folks on the inside and folks on the outside, that's a problem. The bigger problem is payment of unvalidated invoices. So it's easy to come and say the city of Tshwane owes me money, but then you must produce a purchase order, you must produce certain things. And our new enterprise resource management system, which has caused us some problems in implementation, called SAP for HANA, has got certain inbuilt controls that are meant to implement the MSCOA circulars, both the ones on transaction.
MSCOA?
Sorry, Municipal Standard Charter of Accounts, which is basically, it's an accounting process on the one hand, but also it's a way of changing the business processes of municipalities so that you can spot irregularities easier. And I hope in terms of payments and the management of creditors, those efforts will yield results. Although I have to be honest that the SAP for HANA system, which is our computer system basically, there have been some hiccups in that regard. The same is true for supply chain management, where a basic control would be before you can order from a supplier, there must be some kind of assurance that there's a contract and a service level agreement in place. Because that is a very common source of irregular expenditure. Somebody has a crisis somewhere, you jump, somebody phones somebody, and then you then transact with people that don't even have a business relationship with the municipality. Chairperson, that is not a comprehensive answer to your question, but those are the kind of breakdowns of systems that lead to fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure in particular. If I can, through you, Chairperson, hand to the CM.
Chairperson, we will deal just with the issue around the budget quickly, and the capex and the HR components, please, Mr. Gareth Munisi.
Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. Greetings to yourself and the House at large. Our protocol is observed. For the record, my name is Gareth Munisi. I'm the CFO of City of Tshwane. I think my biggest focus points will be on reference to the 2021-2022 financial year, in reference to the budget performance on a revenue basis. I think from a financial statement, what we've accrued as revenue to be disclosed for public consumption is a figure to the tune of 39.4 billion rand. Within that particular period as well, our employee-related costs amounted to 11.5 billion rand out of that, which of course will then give you a ratio that exceeds 30% in reference to employee-related costs. But of course, I think an essential thing that we need to take into account that as much as we are focusing on the revenue component, there's an expenditure component which resulted in the city having a deficit, which of course then infiltrated the processes of budget funding plan and savings as an element of restricting certain components in order to enable critical stakeholders to have certainty on the provisions of our budget. On reference to the conditional grant performance for the same period, 21-22 financial year, an entire allocation to the amount of 2.4 billion rand was allocated to the city. Official expenditure was at an amount of 1.8 billion rand. 622 was unspent due to a variety of reasons. Of course, within that process, rollover applications were put in place, motivations were set out to various stakeholders, and the biggest contributing factors was HSDG, USDG, Human Settlements Development Grant, Urban Settlements Development Grant, Public Transport Network Grant, and Informal Settlement and Urban Grant Program. Those are the biggest contributing factors, Chairperson. On the creditors, if I can quickly touch on that, CM, we have put in services or internal controls in place in aid of ensuring that whilst we are facing a crisis, we do have a system that will sort of prioritize rudimentary services. Amongst that, we've established a cash management services, which will then ensure that there's a variety of individuals sitting in a particular platform, taking decisions on payments to be made. The normal instance, if the city was viable, you pay invoices as and when they come. 15 days, 30-day period, that's what the MFMA prescribes. But in instances of our city, we are struggling financially. Hence, for transparency and accountability purposes, we've got a cash management a program in place, which will then inculcate the allocation of payments from a rudimentary services provision environment. Of course, on that as well, we constantly having negotiation of payment plans and acknowledgement of debt with critical service providers, inclusive of your park authorities, which is currently underway. And we are putting systems in place to ensure that we implement that on time in line with the payments as well. But I think a biggest contributing factor on that is as a result of our inability to run the business and water authorities as a profitable based entity. But I think the executive mayor has touched back on those. I think I just needed to add and expand on some of the internal control related process that we have. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, then just on the issues around investigations. As has been indicated, there were many reports that have not gone through the system. In other words, they were not requested, or if they were requested, they were not acted upon, because they would literally get stuck in a system. As far as I'm concerned, that could only have been deliberate, because you can only overlook so much, but when it becomes 100 cases, it becomes 200, it becomes very difficult to say, oops, there was a mistake. There's no such mistake. So there are a number of those cases that we are now putting through the impact system, where there would be a recommendation. Some of them there were recommendations, and others are then called for further investigation. So when it comes to the timelines, it is difficult at this meeting, because I would literally have to give you an entire breakdown per case. But the pressure is on certainly on myself as accounting officer, because those matters are there now. They are on the record. So the pressure is on me to make sure that the consequences follow. So it's not only the disciplinary or the recovery or the criminal consequences, but it's also dealing with the root causes, because that is what needs to be fixed, and it's often a combination of fraudulent intent as well as non-compliance. And I think if you put those two together, you are really in a perfect storm as far as the creation of irregular expenditure is concerned. There are obviously, the big ticket items. The mayor has indicated, for example, on the VAT, where we only started to investigate that properly now, although there was a prior investigation, but certainly as a result of further digging, it has now become clear that we need to know not only what happened, but who caused it to happen. Why was it not disclosed? Because that is where the intent to hide that kind of irregular expenditure is then must then be investigated. So we are doing our best to investigate, but within constraints. And I must share with you that our internal audit capacity was severely hollowed out. Lots of vacancies, especially in the ethics management division. It is now that we're going through a process of filling all of those positions to make sure that we are in that we do have the capacity in terms of human resources to in fact do many of these investigations internally and not to outsource them all. Because it is in the outsourcing that there's also the devil in the detail, that you have only so much of budget and that you can't really investigate every case by outsourcing it. I must also tell you that when it comes to those kind of matters, those kind of investigations at the metro scale, one would need external assistance. There is no way. It is very big, it's complicated, and there are often networks in place. It's not only one person stealing out of the bank account. No, it's a whole group. It's a network of individuals that would raid our revenue because they know how to manipulate the system. Hence, one of the big advances is in fact now the implementation of the SAP for HANA system, because then we would be able to track all of the transactions, and the system will then also highlight to you, flag the exceptions. If something was not done properly, it will flag it, and that will assist us greatly. So we are at the beginning stages, and I think when we have a meeting again,
Committee is doing oversight on performance as well. What did you say APC is?
where we can work together. It just legalizes it, or it actually forces us to work with other committees. And I think that we will see going forward in terms of the oversight, that oversight will be strengthened, because committees will be able to work together. And also it helps them also to see the gaps where these internal controls are, because it's something that really committees were not doing in the past, but when they start working with MPEG, definitely we will be able to see a more strengthened oversight. And I think another thing we want to mention was that as Tshwane, we adopted a UIFW reduction strategy. So I think progress will not be slow because of that. It's something that is, it's got timelines, and we know that it is achievable. And then I think the speaker will ask what happens after council to the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chair. What I can say in terms of the recommendations and the resolutions that are taken by the council, we do have the division of the Secretariat of Council, which is responsible for making sure that we do follow-ups in recommendations and the resolutions of the council. And in terms of capacitating the councillors, we have a plan, as we have already started, to workshop the councillors so that they understand exactly what is it that we are talking about. When we speak of the findings of the Auditor General, what do we mean? And those workshops will continue up until the end of November. And if we are not done, we'll continue until all the councillors understand. And at the same time, we've got 7 regions in Tshwane. And all those regions, they've got the office of the speaker. So we've got officials who are responsible to make sure that the councillors in their areas, they understand what is happening. They've got their meetings, their forums, where they are able to workshop each other and make sure that the councillors, they know what they stand for and they know when to do an oversight and also to give a service delivery to the people. So there are workshops that are in a place, which is the Office of the Speaker is working on them. Thank you so much, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. I hate to disrupt you in your conclusion. I just want to make just a point of information.
Okay, all right. Sorry for that. I didn't mean to interrupt your summation. Just for a point of clarity, the City of Tshwane did seek and obtain permission for the late submission of our financial statements. And the reason for that, and I believe it's important also to place on the record, is that what happened in terms of quality control last year with a disastrous adverse audit was that some of the steps that we take for internal assurance, such as submitting those draft financials to the APC, the Audit and Performance Committee, were not taken. So, a dog's breakfast was submitted to the AG, and because of the breakdown of internal systems and controls, we wanted to make the city manager wanted to make absolutely sure. Permission was obtained, and we are going to be on a delayed, we're not going to get our feedback on the 15th of December, just for this committee to note. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. Let's just agree that given the responses we got today, if there are any follow-up questions, we'll send them to you. If we can get those responses by the 30th of January, we are not expecting you to come back to appear before us. I hear the city manager saying, next time we appear before you. No, we're not expecting you to come back before us. We just want you to respond to questions we'll ask. If there's nothing, we'll also inform you that there are no follow-up questions. So, but now we'll note in our report that there was that delay, and then we'll take it from there. Just to say that our major concern or area of interest was the capacity or the capacity of the provincial legislature and the provincial government to support you. Because that's one thing we must make a recommendation on. We take note of what you've said. We are aware of it, that metros are not normally supported by provincial treasury, but we just want to take from you, there could have been other things, so we take note of that. It's a good thing that you have the Minister of Electricity who's from your region and is working with you. I hope that he'll be able to assist all of us in that regard. The point that really that we want to conclude with is that we are going to be producing this report ourselves and make recommendations to the legislature, and based on that we'll then be able to come back to you and just indicate to you what the legislature has been able to say. So that's really the point, and I want to take this time to thank you for the time you've taken to come and appear before this committee, and for sending us the information well in advance. We've interacted with it, and for being able to respond to some of the questions and enlighten some of the things. I must say, Executive Mayor, I was impressed with the way with your understanding of some of the issues, how you articulated on them. Thank you very much. The session for now is adjourned. Thank you. We will break on our members for just 15 minutes before we take the next municipality. Thank you. Okay, may I have your attention, please? Honorable Ncube, may I have your attention, please? We have agreed that we are going to resume at 2 o'clock. It is 2 o'clock now. Just to explain that there was just a little miscommunication between ourselves and Emfuleni. This has then resulted in the delay. We have also been informed that Mogale City has not confirmed attendance. So as a result of that, we've agreed that we'll deal with Emfuleni now at 2. And then from there, we'll then take the last municipalities with Merafong, and then we'll be done for the day. Let's do the quick introductions. My name is Sochaile Kanyile. I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. But I'm here also in my capacity as one of the chairpersons of the combined committee as established by the Speaker. I would like honorable members to introduce themselves quickly.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Amanda de Lange. I'm a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Honorable Pinky Mncube, a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon. My name is Paul Malema. I'm the member of the Combined Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's just get indication who's here from Emfuleni.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is April Ntuli. I'm the Municipal Manager of Emfuleni Local Municipality. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Farilin Masianuka, Emfuleni Local Municipality, Acting CFO.
I don't know if you have an indication what's the situation with the Executive Mayor and the Speaker. And switch off that.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have checked with the Chief of Staff from the Office of the Executive Mayor. They're still checking how far is the Executive Mayor, but he has left the office. He will be joining us soon. So they are checking on me how far he is here. Thank you.
And the Speaker?
And the Speaker, well, we not receive any confirmation yet. I think while we are proceeding, we'll try to check or to trace where she is here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We will continue. The only problem we always have as the committee is that when we engage with yourselves, some of the things that need political direction or information, it's difficult for you to give that to us because you're officials of the municipality. It becomes a challenge in that regard. So what we will do is that we will continue, but we'll still register this with the relevant office bearers of the municipality, because amongst others, I know that we're supposed to have met you earlier, but I'm told there was miscommunication, which I still don't understand. That's why we're meeting at this time. But yeah, we will deal with that. The reason why we'll continue is that we did receive your presentation, and And we think that is something that we can continue on the basis thereof. But we'll still register the matters that I've registered. Honourable members, are we agreed? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Let me indicate that earlier on today we declared this place as a precinct of the legislature. What that means is that all the rules that apply at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature do apply here now. Also to say that we would like to thank you for submitting the information to us as requested. We have gone through the information. So we expect that when you do present, you don't have to go into much details because we've already gone through. It's just for you to assist us to understand some few things. The reason why we're here is because the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature has appointed this committee. Its mandate is to engage with what is called the Consolidated General Report on Local Government Audit Outcomes, which is really the Municipal Finance Management Act for the financial year 2021-22, which is almost 17 months ago. This committee was established on the 12th of October, according to the GPL Rules 139, Section 1, Subsection K, read together with Rule 146. We also want to indicate that when you do present to us, we are asking you that you avoid using as acronyms. I know it's going to be a difficult thing because it's your place of work, so acronyms are things that you are used to. But we ask you that, if possible, try and avoid those. If you do use it, just tell us what it means so that we know what is happening. Also, we want to ask that you stick to the time we allocated to you for presentation. And later on, when we engage with you on questions, try and be as short as possible, preferably 2 minutes per question. However, if it's absolutely necessary to elaborate, you can do so. We are not going to ask for you to introduce everybody who's here, but we want to ask that if you've got other colleagues or whoever is here from Emfuleni and they assist you in responding to questions, at that time they can introduce themselves. There's a question we're going to ask, so I want to ask if you've got time, as you are engaging, maybe you can use your cell phones, or unless you've got the information, to try and get that information, because we didn't ask it from you on time. We want to know what was the budget of the municipality in the year 2021-2022. Then also that budget, what was budgeted for capital projects, and what was budgeted for human resource. So if you can get that information for us at the time when we engage in questions, we'll see if you've got it and take it from there. Our understanding is that Emfuleni local municipality received a qualified audit opinion in 2021-22. And in fact, before that, your audit outcomes were better than that, so you had regressed. When we were mandated to look at the report of the consolidated report, we took a decision that we are just going to engage the municipalities that have regressed. We're not going to look at all municipalities. That's why we have looked at, amongst others, you as Emfuleni municipality. So I thought I should just give that as a background. I see we've also been joined. Maybe you can introduce yourself quickly, and then we will move from there.
Good afternoon, Chair of the session, and good afternoon, everybody that is here. My name is COGTA, the Executive Mayor of Emfuleni Local Municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I'm not sure if, I'm not supposed to ask you this question, but maybe let me ask it. Are you aware what's happening with the Speaker?
Yes, Chair. Chair, the speakers of Gauteng, or maybe the entire country, they went to Rustenburg. They started on Monday, and they will be coming back today. So when I spoke to her earlier this morning, she was saying that she will be in a position to join at 2 o'clock. Then at some point, there was a change of time. Even myself, I was told that we were supposed to be here at 10 o'clock, but it was changed to 2 o'clock and finally to 3:30. So while I was still waiting for 3:30, then I was told that we needed to rush in for 2 o'clock. I think she might be caught in that dilemma, Chair.
Okay. Now, we won't discuss the changes of time now, because I think there's already been addressed outside. That's why we're here at 2. But that is noted. Let's then move on to our discussion. Now that you hear Executive Mayor, I think it will be fair for me just to say to you that we expect that you will be able to give us the report. Please remember, we have received the report from your office. What we're not sure whether it's the report from both of you combined, or it's just a separate report from the Office of the Executive Mayor. There's going to be a separate report from the Office of the Speaker. So we want you to talk to that. But as you talk to that report, remember we've already gone through it, so we're not expecting you to go beyond the time we've allocated. You can delegate, Executive Mayor, if you think that it should be done by the municipal manager, or you can do it, it's up to you. That will leave to you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And without repeating the greetings again, Chair, on behalf of Emfuleni, we really appreciate this session that we're coming to engage with yourselves and any other members of the GPL in order to find the understanding of what happened into the municipality. But Chair, let me just also indicate up front that the administration that I'm leading, Chair, it's an administration that came into office on the 21st of November 2021. So we came into the municipality while there was already a process that has already started in. So some of the things that we'll be covering from our most understanding where we were, including the municipal manager himself. By that time, he was still the executive director, and the acting CFO was still the manager of revenue. So some of the things that we will be answering will be some of the information. It might be also part of the information that we don't have, but we tried by all our level best to get whatever information that will be required. The report, Chair, it is the report from the Office of the Mayor consolidated with the MM. So it will be moving from that premise. Then, Chair, I will then hand over to the municipal manager and the acting CFO just to take us through this report. Thank you, Chair. Or the presentation, in fact.
Thank you. MM, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, through you, let me allow our acting CFO to take us through the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, acting CFO.
Thank you, Chair. And I will try, Chair, to be as fast as possible. The report really will cover the financial statements, performance reporting, compliance with legislation, lack of service delivery, governance, oversight, accountability, UIFW, unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, deterioration in financial health, and provincial support. Chair, on the issue you raised as you open with the remarks of qualification, the reason for the qualification was the unaccrual of certain invoices. That was the main reason for the qualification, meaning that there were invoices that were not recorded at the correct time, which led to those invoices not being part of the financial statement. That led to the qualification. And what we have done during that current period is to make sure that we inform all departments to submit invoices on time so that we are able to record before the year end and make sure that no invoices are not recorded. Chair, as indicated also on the UI.
Just hold on 1 second. I'm not sure if you can just help us outside there because the noise is from our staff members. If they can just ask those guys outside there to assist us. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Chair, on other matters affecting the audit report, it was on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the BXC contract, which Council resolved to settle as a result of legal action that was not ending.
Is BXC an abbreviation or just the name of a company?
It's the name of the company. Chair, this was a contract of smart meter that was in court, and the Council took a resolution to settle. Because of the settlement was not budgeted for, it then resulted in unauthorized expenditure, because at the time we had not budgeted for the settlement. The suppliers not being paid within 30 days, Chair, this relates to cash challenges that the Emfuleni local municipality has. There was also accounting treatment issue on indigent support. This is subsidy that we give to those families that cannot pay for services. Previously, we were showing it as part of the expenditure. However, AG on that financial year said we need to remove it, and that's what we did. But however, because of the change, it had resulted in unauthorized expenditure. The next, Chair, was goods that have been procured through deviation process, which did not meet the criteria as per the AG. And what we have done going forward was to ensure that we appoint panel of service providers so that we are able to avoid, when we need to do emergency work, to go through deviation process because of the difficulties that it has. We may think it's not outside of legal principles, but when AG comes and they make a finding, so we are avoiding those by using panel of contractors to make sure that service does not stop or gets delayed because we want to follow a procurement process which will take 90 to 120 days. Chair, on the financial statement, we can indicate that currently we prepared the financial statement in-house. We do have qualified people inside the municipality, and the person who's leading the team in financial reporting, it's a qualified chartered accountant. Chair, on consequence management, this is the area that we have been struggling with, especially on dealing with UIF and W, and I will explain the challenges that we have. On contracts not being monitored on projects, indeed there have been challenges with departments internally not submitting review of projects that are being done. We have now in supply chain issue reports on a monthly basis to departments to furnish us with assessment of all the projects that are currently in the departments. Job card on performance or predetermined objective, we had a challenge with AG saying we are not giving accurate information that corresponds to the job card, and we have identified this as one of the areas that we are currently correcting and making sure that job cards have got all information to support what we report on the financial statements.
Just before we move, what is APR? In the previous slide.
APR is audit of performance reporting. Chair, the matters that were raised as communication of audit finding on predetermined objective, we have got job card, as I've indicated, repairs and maintenance, which has been a challenge. I know we are not in line with the required benchmark because of the challenges with the budget and cash flow. Compliance with legislation, I've already indicated on the 30-day challenge of paying service providers on time. Others are operational matters in terms of website, where we had the service providers liquidated and we had to start the process of appointing a new service provider who then started to build the website. Minimum competency, 40% of our staff have completed. We are doing it on a phase-in approach from high level to low level, and we hope that in the next 2 years we will have taken through all the employees that needs to do competency. Property, plant, and equipment, as I've already indicated, Chair, we are not in line with the 8% if we are just taking only the line item repairs and maintenance because of our cash flow challenges. Service delivery, Chair, the sewer challenge are well known of the VAL. We have got Section 63 intervention that has started and it's implementing the project. Yes, from a lived experience, there are still challenges, but the work is continuing, and we believe that by the time they complete, there will be improvement with this Section 63. Bank accounts attachment, Chair, we had in the current year a serious challenge with Eskom and Randwater almost for the whole financial year, having attached our bank account, and that has led to us having difficulty with providing services because at the end of the day, service providers can go so far without being paid. At some point, when they are not being paid, they stop delivering the service, and that has got an impact on the service delivery on the ground. Chair, on governance, oversight, and accountability, I think the mayor touched on this, Chair. Our municipal manager was just appointed 1st June 2023. The CFO's case of where he was suspended was just finalized, I think, in October. An appointment of new audit committee is currently going to be advertised. The chief audit executive was only appointed on the 12th of August 2023. And these are the people, Chair, that should form part of the disciplinary board and also assist MPEC in finalizing matters that needs to be dealt with by MPEC. In terms of expenditure, that is regarded as UIFW, unauthorized expenditure, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful, we are sitting at 13 billion, Chair. And I must indicate, you will see the highest amount, it's 9 billion on unauthorized, and fruitless at 2.3 billion. And this two item, Chair, relates to basically rainwater and ESCOM, mainly because of the high losses that we are incurring on those two expenditure. And the result is that our budget is not sufficient to cover the actual expenditure that we incur for rainwater and ESCOM because of the losses. So the losses, because we can't budget for those, they end up being outside of the amount that we have budgeted for. And the result is that our budget is unfunded and it's leading to unauthorized expenditure. For the 2021-2022, you will see there we are indicating the highest impact, debt impairment, depreciation, bulk purchases, and interest. And operational, this was the BXC contract and also the indigent relief that I've indicated that we were not accrued for correctly. Chair, as I've indicated, bulk purchases and interest are our main challenge, which is rainwater and ESCOM. And on these slides, Chair, just to indicate what I am saying, you will see that operational, really, we are sitting at 1.93. I know the irregular expenditure, which just indicate that while we have got a significant challenge on unauthorized, in terms of irregular expenditure, we are seeing that going down, but the unauthorized remain a challenge. And we can only solve the unauthorized when we reduce our bulk purchases to be able to be in line with what we are getting from the public. Currently, we are getting less than what we are paying from ESCOM. And that is the reason why we are having high unauthorized. And this can also be seen by what we are owing ESCOM and rainwater, which is significantly very high. Chair, I think the other item I have indicated, the reason for consequence management not being moving, I've indicated the appointments that have just been made now that will assist with the disciplinary board so that it can start conducting the investigation and assist in finalizing the UIFW so that we can deal with the matter and recommend to council on appropriate action to deal with UIFW. Which is current, only 2% is unauthorized purchases for ESCOM and rainwater. Information is sufficient enough for MPEG and disciplinary board to deal with and rainwater, whereas irregular expenditure that is there will really need in. Yes, we currently sit with difficulty in terms of high unemployment in Emfuleni. With community survey, we are sitting at 56%. We are awaiting the release of the detailed census on what currently Emfuleni unemployment is. But as it stands, the National Treasury, through this assessment, provide 58% of households with subsidy. So you can understand, Chair, that if 58% of households are deemed not to be able to pay for services, 42% that will need to subsidize the others, it will be very difficult. It means our tariff must be very high to subsidize, because indigent subsidy is at cost level. It's not necessarily providing for everything for us to be able to operate as a municipality. So it's very important that the economic situation of Emfuleni change. And of course, there are a number of programs that with province, they are implementing to try and change the economic situation of Emfuleni. Chair, we did have financial recovery plan, which was done in 2018. It is our view that it needs to be evaluated and reviewed and come up with new FRP, given the time frame that have already passed since 2018. And we need support in making sure that we install meters in the whole of Emfuleni area. Currently, we are sitting with almost 100,000 households that do not have meters. And this has got an impact on measuring consumption and measuring losses at detail level. Chair, thank you very much. I will leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's more additions. I saw we've been joined, so if they can introduce himself. There's that one next to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Tebogo Tlokwe. I'm the chairperson of NPEC, Emfuleni Local Municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, there's the presentation. We just want to find out, now that you hear, Chair, we were also expecting a separate presentation from the speaker and from the chairperson as one. I'm not sure if that was prepared, and are you ready to present it? I don't think we have received it, but let me hear from you.
Okay, no, there is a presentation, and I will share.
Okay, is it possible that we can arrange that it be flighted? So what it means is that they can just assist you, so that when you, unless it's there, then what we have agreed is they're busy helping you. We have indicated that we appreciate if you can just stick to the time we've allocated. My understanding is that that's a presentation from the legislature side, although there's no, unlike in the metros where you've got the separation of powers, but I think there's a question that this should be the presentation by the Office of the Speaker and together with the MPEC. Is that our understanding?
My understanding is that, you know, as MPEC will have a separate a presentation.
Okay, no, go ahead then.
Okay. I think I'm ready. I don't know the time that I'm being allocated, Chair. So, but
because
the
you don't have
presentation
this-
is so short, I think I'll cover whatever I'm allocated.
Yeah, because the speaker is not here,
Okay.
we have given you 10 minutes.
Or 10 minutes. No, it's more than enough.
Let somebody help you with slide presentation mode. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. There's a presentation of audit outcomes for the financial year 2021, 2022 by the Emfuleni local municipality. Index is MPEC functionality, audit opinion 2122, oversight process, recommendations of NPEC, recommendations to council, submission of the oversight report to council, current investigation and NPEC work plan. MPEC functionality. MPEC meetings are held regularly, monthly, or as when necessary, to consider reports of the internal audit and audit committee, to consider monthly budget statements, to consider quarterly reports from the municipal council, capacity building and training organized for MPEC councillors. Audit opinion, qualified audit opinion with findings, regress from the previous financial year, repeat audit findings, financial statements not prepared in accordance with the requirements of the section 122 of the MFMA, and non-prevention of UIFW. Our oversight progress goes as follows, Chair: receipt of reports from a council, strategic session with Provincial Department, Auditor General of South Africa, South African Local Government Association, and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature SCOPA. Questions to management on the annual report, receipt and analysis of questions from management. We conduct hearings with executive and administration and submit oversight report to council. MPEC recommendations, Chair, to council on the annual report 221, 2021-2022. The annual report is annual report be adopted with reservations, and the following reservations be noted. The municipality received a qualified audit opinion from the Auditor General of South Africa. The management must prepare financial statements that are free from material misstatements. There is a slow response in addressing issues raised by Auditor General SA and the Audit Committee. There are a high number of critical vacant posts. There is a dire lack of unwillingness to enforce consequence management in our municipality, and service delivery is compromised by underutilization of the municipal infrastructure's grant. The municipal manager must provide quarterly updates, like action list on the progress made to address the consequence management within the stipulations of the consequence management framework and the collective agreement. Recommendations continued. The administrative function of the committee be enhanced with the addition and filling of new posts in line with council resolution taken in sitting held the 22nd of March 2018, see Annexure 114 to 118. 2021-2022 oversight report of the Emfuleni municipality be made public in terms of the section 129(3) of the MFMA, and that is it be submitted to the Auditor General of South Africa, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of section 132(2), the MFMA, and the member of the Executive Council for Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Gauteng. Submission of Oversight Report 2022, submitted and adopted by 2021-2022, submitted and adopted by Council. Recommendations adopted by Council. Current investigation and authorized fruitful and wasteful expenditure 2021-2022. Questions to management submitted, awaiting responses. Water losses. Consequence management. MPEG work plan adopted by MPEG for 2022, 23, 24. Terms of reference to be reviewed. Monitor progress and resolutions made by MPEG. Monitor progress on audit findings by the Auditor General of South Africa. Conduct hearings with the executive and administration. In conclusion, Chair, which is something that is not on the presentation, as the newly appointed MPEG Chair of Emfuleni Local Municipality, I appreciate a lot what COGTA, has put in place to assist, our municipality through this organization called, I forgot the name, but at least I think they're assisting administration with preparing things that will assist us, to do our oversight, like your UIFW register. It will come in handy. And I also want to appreciate your committee chair and your initiative. It's not for the first time I sit in front of you, but I always came as just a member of MPEG. Today, I'm leading the flock. But your intervention is much, much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can switch off. Okay, honourable members, they welcome Honourable Mdlankomo. There are the representations. Any questions? Honourable Dilangi, Honourable Malema. Depending on how many questions they'll ask. If there are a lot, we'll take one at a time. But if there are not a lot, we'll take all of them at the same time. Honourable Dilangi.
Chair, thank you very much. I must begin by saying this is absolutely staggering. It's staggering. We come here every year and in between as well, and it's just going from bad to worse. Chair, I just want to know that the team that's now sitting there that's responsible for Emfuleni, have you made any inroads since the start? Is there anything that grew or that were done better, or where you can say it's more prosperous? Because if I look at the numbers, the statistics of previous times that you came either to COGTA or SCOPA, this is just a very, very bleak picture that we've got. So I would just like to know, is there any progress anywhere in the municipality? Chair, what I would like to know is how long has the critical positions been vacant? Because this as well, every time that we speak to Emfuleni, every single time in this whole term that I've been at the legislature, this was one of the topics, is the vacant positions. Has there any positions been filled the last couple of years? Then the financial recovery plan that was instituted in 2018. What is being done to revise that plan? Has it ever been done, or is it just we work on 2018s and it's not working? Has any other corrective measures been taken? The debt relief of 6 billion at Eskom, it's 6 billion, am I correct? Of 6 billion, how many years do you have to go to make up 6 billion? 6 million I could still comprehend, but 6 billion. Chair, Emfuleni pays 50 million rand a month on interest, just on Eskom. How many houses have been built? What progresses have been made? If all the money goes into this, because 50 million in one municipality that gets a lot of people influx from rural areas. And it's a business hub, it's a tourist hub. They've got the river there, they've got the parks, they've got everything. Then I'm asking myself, with 50 million rand out of the budget at once, interest, that's not even paying what you owe them per month, that's only interest. You understand if we get extremely concerned. If we go back to the previous years, the financial years, and we look at the statistics, Emfuleni is clearly hit rock bottom. So no team that was instituted there by the Premier or by the MEC, it's not working. So, but I do want to give this team a chance to explain to me and say to me, you're making a mistake because we have achieved the following. I would love to hear if there's anything. I don't want to walk out here with this picture, because this is yes, Chair, I'm concerned about the bulk expenses that is growing rapidly for Eskom and Rand Water. What does the tourist interest look like, influx? Is anything the businesses, I know there's a lot of businesses that's closing down because of these issues there. Is there anything that scale of?
I know you've made some statements which can be contested. We make the analysis of the information before us so that as the committee collective we can make some.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much. We'll respond to some, but we'll interchangeably share in between able member. Is that despite the challenges that we are seeing, which we have adequately noted them, but there are some inroads where we are improving. And one of the reports or in the presentation that the acting CFO was speaking about, that the major challenge that we had as a municipality that contributed to our UIFW was on the issues. Appreciate what the National Treasury came up with during this financial year, whereby it said, you know, the municipalities that are in serious danger, financial danger, especially on Eskom, should apply for Circular 124 for the debt relief. And we as a municipality, we also complied to that. We applied on time, and our application was also accepted and approved. So therefore, that is one major breaking factor that will be in a position to say, as we move forward, we know that ours it is to concentrate merely on the current account. As you also noted that one of the deficiencies was the interest that was charged to the municipality. So this debt relief will then be in a position to assist us to deal with an issue of interest that we were paying. But secondly, also to that, on the issue of rainwater, we have made some serious inroads or some strides whereby together the municipality with rainwater have agreed on a common purpose of having a special vehicle that will say that what the municipality is owing, then together with rainwater will formulate what we call a special purpose vehicle, and the shortlisting processes will soon be rolled in, and other senior executive positions that we have already started on the process of recruitment and advertisement. Shortlisting has been done. The municipal manager will give details that when were they closed and where is the process up to this far. But our target is that We wanted it, we said together with the MM that if all goes well, by January, we must be in a position to have filled all the senior managers' posts. Then we can concentrate on other junior but critical positions that we think that the municipality is also in need of them. Yeah, those are the ones that I wanted to just to respond to, but we'll share with colleagues here.
Okay. Okay, I see we've been joined by the leader. If you can introduce yourself quickly. Let's use, yeah, that one next to you.
Okay, my name is Councillor Jacob Tladi from Emfuleni. I'm the acting speaker, so I knew the meeting was going to start at 3, so there was a bit of that confusion, but at least I've arrived. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Are you still having somebody responding to further questions, Executive Mayor?
Oh, yes, Chair, the MM will respond, and then we'll also then check with the Chair from MPEC if there's anything that you will want to engage on.
Yeah, if they can also be brief, because I had said when you respond to question, just about 2 minutes or so per question, because there's still more questions to come.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be brief, just to add what the Executive Mayor has responded to. On the infrastructure side, we are in the intervention of Section 63. There are strides that are made. You'll recall that even on the news, it was always in the media that the sewer spillage, Section 63, they've intervened. There's works that has been done. Now the sewer is no longer spilling to the river. Yes, there are still some challenges, but I mean, considered what was been there, I mean, in 2 years back. So there's a major change. And also, what I want to add on the debt relief, I hear honorable member, you were talking about the 6 billion. You are correct, but the condition of the debt relief that the municipality must meet the payment of current account, where there will be a write-off, I mean, in 3 years. If the municipality meet the current account for 12 months the year, the first year, it will be a write-off of one third, and the second year, it will be two third, and the third year, it will be, I mean, all what is remaining. So there are progress that we're making together with ESCOM, where what we've started, where the large power users are paying directly, I mean, to ESCOM as per the court order. That in the main, it assists us where we find ourselves, there's attachment on the current account, so it's no longer, I mean, an issue because the payment, I mean, is made directly, and the court order also directed that the remaining of the consumers, once we finalize the agency agreement, they should also pay directly, I mean, to ESCOM. So that we're seeing, I mean, as a positive, that once we start to pay, and then in no time we'll have some surplus that will go back to the municipality so that the municipality can able to deliver services. Then on the infrastructure, again, on the water and sanitation, through our project management unit, we have developed a water and sanitation master plan, which is due to be completed now in December. It's a water and sanitation master plan, asset management plan on water and sanitation, and the water service development plan. And also on roads and stormwater infrastructure. As you come in Emfuleni, you'll see there's a lot of pothole. So we've done the business plan. It was submitted to MIG. It was approved, and currently we've advertised for the development of that business plan. So,
what is MIG?
Oh, Municipal Infrastructure Grant. My apologies, Chair. Yeah. So the municipality is receiving grant. So we've submitted. So it is being approved, and then we've advertised, I mean, for the development of that master plan, and so that we can also know how much, I mean, it will be cost, I mean, of the road. And also through the province, there's an intervention where there will be 40 roads that will be resurfaced. So province has committed an amount of 250 million, I mean, to start with those projects. And the progress on that is at advanced stage. All the procurement is done. So we, in no time, I mean, we'll start with the actual work. I think on the vacancies, the executive mayor, I mean, has alluded to that there's 3 with the MEC, the senior managers for executive community services, executive director. We've done with the interviews. CFO, we've done with the shortlisting, infrastructure planning and development. It has also closed. So now we are about to start with the shortlisting so that we can finish. yes, it is our aim that by early January, and then we know we should start. So the others we've submitted, and the other ones they'll be going for competency test. Once we receive the competency test, and then they'll go to a council for approval, and then thereafter to the MEC. Let me stop there, Chair. Allow the other Chair of MPEC or the CFO to respond if there's any other responses that that you want to add. Thank you.
Maybe you should have said and asked if, because if you allow, then the one must allow.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let's do this. If they have anything else to respond, let them respond after this question. I'm just trying to manage time. So let's get these other questions and then let's respond to all of them. Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon. I'm not going to pose a lot of questions, just maybe 2 or 3. Firstly, let me piggyback from your earlier remark with regard to the budget, because we actually wanted to understand the breakdown of the how the budget that you had for 2021-2022 was spent or utilized, especially with regard to capital projects and also on human resource. I think that's a point of departure. But I think stemming from your presentation, I understand that part of your post-audit action plan was a financial recovery plan, if not mistaken, which you are saying that it's about to be evaluated and reviewed. But I want to check if, according to your observation, even if you are still going to review or evaluate, to where we are or to where you are now, do you think it has produced the desired results? Do you think it is assisting? To what an extent has it assisted you in making sure? I actually wanted to understand if indeed it is also helping from that side, that intervention made by national government. But I think you've just answered us to say we are seeing a lot of improvements there. Now, Chair, on I think it was made mention by the chairperson of MPEC that they are receiving an assistance from COGTA, maybe in terms of trainings and stuff like that, if not mistaken. But I've not heard it coming from the side of an administration if Gauteng provincial departments are assisting. You are receiving a support from them. Is it only COGTA that is assisting there or other departments? If so, how are they assisting you with regard to financial and non-financial matters there? Lastly, Chair, on consequence management, I think it's common cause that there's no application of consequence management as it relates to the UIF and W. Because on one hand, the chairperson of MPEC is saying there is a lack of willingness to effect consequence management. And on the other hand, the acting CFO, you have said you are still working on a policy that will help you to implement or to start implementing a consequence management. And the implication of those 2 statements is that there is no consequence management. And what we are getting is just some sort of you trying to justify why you can't effect consequence management, as if there were no irregularities, as if there were no unauthorized expenditures, or there was no misdemeanor in any way by your officials there. I think that's what I wanted to understand, Chair. Yeah, I think that's that. Thank you.
Honorable Ngube.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And maybe I have to say, Honorable Chairperson, the response or the further clarification that has been done after the first question, it has covered me in terms of what the COGTA department is doing. Because even last year, there was a visit by the National Council of Provinces which also was zooming in some of the critical municipalities, which included Emfuleni. And also, because I also serve in COGTA, I know also the question of, because we've been requesting the MEC to closely support yourselves. And he has tabled a plan in terms of what is it that they're doing. And you are talking to that plan, which I'm happy that I'm hearing it from yourselves to say there is some impact and movement. But also last year during the visit of the NCOP, there were some other issues also in terms of, like you are saying, the reluctancy in dealing with other issues. Maybe we have to indicate whether they are still political or we are able now to navigate that space. Otherwise, I'm happy that also we were there also in September, where also we had a presentation from Randwater, which is also trying to assist on behalf of National. So the three spheres, I'm happy that they are gelling in the principle of IGR. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, maybe so that you conclude everything, let me also ask my questions so that you can respond to all of them. Firstly, I heard you referring to a panel of service providers. I just want to be clear in my mind. Are these a panel of service providers who are providing, who are assisting you with on issues of annual financial statement, producing the annual financial statements, or it's something else? Secondly, when we talk unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, it has dealing with that, it has two sides. One side is that there's a huge amount, you try to reduce it by investigating and doing all those things, writing off, condoning, collection. That's one part, and I think I've heard your explanation on that. I'm interested on the other part, just to hear what you're doing, because one of the requirements, if I'm correct, of the Municipal Finance Management Act is that the city manager, as the accounting officer, has a responsibility to ensure that there are systems to prevent occurrence of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenses. So I just want to find out, are there systems to prevent? I understand that there's what you are doing to reduce, but I'm talking specifically to prevent occurrence of those. Next question is directed to the Speaker and the Chairperson of the acting Speaker. Maybe also you must explain why we have an acting Speaker. It was an interesting thing that you said acting Speaker, if that could be clarified. So the question to the acting Speaker and the Chairperson of MPEC is, what is the capacity of this? I think yours are Section 80 committees, am I correct? 79. Okay, what is the capacity of the Section 79 committees? Do they play any role in oversight on performance on a quarterly basis? So I'm talking about quarter, not annual, because the annual one is about the OG's report. So on a quarterly basis. Then the next question, still directed to the acting Speaker and the Chairperson of MPEC. Are you able to give us an understanding of the capacity of either the Council, as led by the Speaker, or MPEC, to follow up on the outcomes of, on whatever recommendations you would have taken to Council, but then they've now resolution of Council? Is there capacity to, that's on the audit report, is there capacity to follow up that those things are being dealt with, are being addressed by either by the city manager, by the municipal manager or the speaker, just to have a sense on that. I would still want you, Chairperson, to tell us the name of that organization you say COGTA has appointed to assist you. We'll be interested to hear that. Yeah, those will be my questions. Let's start with you, the Chairperson and then Deputy Speaker, Acting Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, there is a support that is coming from COGTA to the municipality. There's an organization called Bonagude. Bonagude is assisting. It's been in the municipality for some time. It's assisting the administration with the things that I've alluded to, like your UIFW register and other things, that needs to the municipality to be able to facilitate. So Bonagude is there. They are assisting. I've seen AGSA. I've seen the representative from the Auditor General South Africa in the vicinity of the municipality, as I go by. So I see that there is support from the upper structures and from the other state entities to the municipality. I will leave the issue of consequence management because as the municipality, we did, approve and adopt the consequence management policy. So maybe the administration is still, finding the way to implement the policy, but the policy is there. Let me come now back to the questions that you afforded to me.
No, Chair, no. Don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. Just tell us what is happening.
Yes, I'm telling you what is happening. I'm saying to you, the consequence management policy is there. I'm aware. I was part of council.
It's not implemented. That's what you're telling us.
Yes.
Okay.
I think if, yeah, let's put it that way. I think it's not implemented. I was not here when the CFO did the presentation as to what is happening to consequence management. But as our presentation alludes, there's unwillingness to really, that's how we feel as MPEC, to implement that policy fully by the administration. What is the capacity? Oh, we've got Section 80 committees. The only Section 79 committees in our municipalities, MPEC and petition and GOD. Those are the only Section 79, but the rest are Section 80 committees. And I can say they do have capacity, they do sit, they do scrutinize reports, they do go through reports and seek, answers from the administration. I used to sit in the Cooperative and Governance Committee. I know that we dealt a lot with issues where we have seen that the municipality is bleeding a lot of money, like your legal departments, a lot of litigation, to at some stage, to an amount that surpasses about 500 million. So we did try as a committee to get to the bottom of that, to see how do we keep such things not to continue happening. So Section 80s are really doing their work. I think the executive mayor, as is the head of the MECO, he will also attest to that, but they are sitting, and I think they are well capacitated to try and assist in mitigating measures as to the dire state of the municipality. Capacity to follow up on the audit report as MPEC. Chair, there is capacity.
I mean, Not the audit report, the recommendations
Oh,
that would have
recommendations,
gone
yes.
to the council, which are now council resolutions
Yes.
on matters related to the audit. report.
Yes, Chair. No, we do have that capacity, Chair. That's why we would, if we would pose questions with regard to what has happened so far, and if you are not happy, we would request the administration to come and give us further explanation as to why those resolutions has not been implemented, you know, what hinders them, what holds them to implement such recommendations. And I'll make one example, that somehow, we do understand some of the reasons, like in our last report to council where we recommended that a forensic company be appointed to investigate some of the matters. Now, our accounts were attached, and we know that now that hampered our capacity as the municipality to implement things like that, because we couldn't even pay, you know, service providers as the municipality. It was something that really put us on the back foot. I'm just saying some of them are understandable, but there are those, chairperson, that we would emphasize that this do not need, you know, like finances to implement, but just need warm bodies to do what they are appointed to do, you know, and make sure that, you know, they implement those resolutions. So yes, we are trying by all means to make follow-ups in that regard. Thank you.
Okay. Any acting speaker? Remember the other question about the acting speaker also?
Yeah, no, let me just clarify that one because it's also important. On a basis that I'm just acting, it's on a basis that the speaker, she's not around. So particularly when she's not around, there will be a person that will act on her absence. So that's why I'm here. But on the issues that the chairperson of MPEC has also touched, it's true that Section 79, they do sit. And remember, MPEC, when they sit and scrutinize reports, is the structure in the municipality that makes all this committee to account in terms of financial matters. So they scrutinize reports. After scrutinizing report is to also ensure that the report serves in a council with a clear understanding of investigation and others. The Section 80, it's also true. They are also sitting. As the mayor is also here, they know. Then the recommendation is true. I remember there was a report from the audit report that had other recommendations as municipality who had to go and scrutinize, and MPEC was there. They made a report that served in council. So also the capacity is there to also check other reports that they go to council so that they can be interrogated by other councillors and come with the resolutions. Thanks.
Thank you. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I will depart from the support that we've been getting from COGTA, and also we wrote to SALGA, which is an association that is helping with the municipalities. So we are having a very cordial relationship with SALGA on a number of things that they are assisting us with. And also the MM spoke about one of the challenges which has led to non-expenditure or the less expenditure of the MIC, which is our municipal infrastructure grant. We also then engage with the MISA through the National COGTA, which is the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency that is working with the municipality, especially under Section 6B, because that's where we had a problem, that some of the projects that we couldn't complete because we couldn't have money to pay certain companies who were already appointed. So through MISA, we had then agreed that as we move forward, in order to mitigate against these attachments, but the MISA will assist the municipality after we have identified the project of interest, everything, then MISA will pay those companies direct, but not only paying them, but also ascertaining itself that yes, this is the amount that is supposed to be paid. So those are some of the things that are assisting, Chair. The ESCOM and Rainwater at some point, Chair, there was one of the things that they once said to us as a new administration was that there's been a lack of political appetite or political influence in engaging the two major creditors of the municipality because of the political instability in the municipality. And some of the questions that are coming are emanating from that is the municipality stable enough politically to can then be in a position to push certain things? Yes, Chair, we can say that we did manage to bring that stability. Yes, we are moving, though we are in a government of local unity or what is termed to be coalition government, but we are still, yes, we are finding each other. We are in a position to progress. The Section 80 committees, yes, they are, because they are led by the MMCs, so they are sitting. Those are service delivery committees. One of the things that we must also appreciate, Chair, is that yesterday, through the intervention and the assistance of the NCOP, we did manage to finally find the closeout report from the Gauteng government, which was presented yesterday at length. You know, that since 2018 up until, the government, the provincial government decided to move out of Emfuleni. So we did receive that report. We are still engaging and interrogating it on it, but we finally appreciate that, yes, we do have it. And
just before you pass, you say it's a close-out report on section?
Section 139, 139, 15, yes. Oh, Chair, through your indulgence, that the can close out others.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Executive has covered everything. Maybe the other support that I want to mention through COGTA, where we are receiving a support through on the infrastructure side with South African Institute of Civil Engineers. They are appointed by COGTA. They assist us with the issues of infrastructure. I also indicated the Department of Road and Transport, where they will be resealing the roads. The COC, Department of Corporate Governance, nationally, they are also in our space assisting with the intervention of Schedule 6B that is indicated by the Executive Mayor. You will recall that in the past 2 weeks where the President has visited us after the COC, they met with National Treasury to understand actually what is this Schedule 6B, it's going to assist where we were showcasing, those projects that they're going to assist us. The other question that was asked, whether do we have systems in the municipality? Yes, systems are there. All what we're encouraging that the employees must follow the systems. As he has indicated, on his presentation, that the CFOs that some other departments, we find that there were invoices, that were withheld, that they were not submitted. And also, in the whole payment, they submitted in the last stage. And also the process, of authorizing orders, that there's no work that can be done if it's not, authorized or being put in the system. There's an score that we are following up also on the budget to prevent, this unauthorized. And also we're aligning ourselves with Section 32 of the MFMA. It clearly, indicate, how to deal if there's any unauthorized, expenditure, and also what to do if there's a deliberate or misleading that is done by any official that it will lead an unauthorized, expenditure. Those sections are indicating what we need to do, and also it will help us in applying, the consequence management, that is lacking, at the moment. Chair, let me stop there. As I previously indicated, that I don't want to talk a lot. Let me just also given opportunity my acting CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I will start with the budget as requested. In 2021-2022, the total budget was 6,753,909,000. The repairs and maintenance was 396,464,000, which equates to 5.87% of the budget. The capital budget was 406,425,000, which is around 6.01% of the total budget. And the salary bill was budgeted at 1.3 billion, which is around 20%. That is on that request, Chair. And also just to add on support, we have got support from Provincial Treasury in terms of also on support of financial advisors. We also get support from SALGA on risk management, which they are assisting us also with review of financial statements when we do the preparation for financial statements. And also in building capacity, there have been a number of training that they supported to ensure capacity in our finance department. On the FRP, Chair, yes, at the point of 2018-2019, it was really assisting, but with the timeline having moved and a lot of changes, there is a need to then review it, looking at the current emerging risk. We have engaged with Provincial Treasury. Unfortunately, we can't change it. It can only be changed by National Treasury.
What is that you're referring to?
The financial recovery plan. Member asked about whether
No, it's because you said FR something, so we're not sure what you're talking about.
Yes, so it was working. That's why we believe that it needs to be reviewed so that it can align with what are the current challenges of the municipality now. And they have indicated that they will go through the process and review it so that they can give it to us to implement. Yes, on our side, working with province, we have got bi-weekly meetings on revenue enhancement plan, and we still also sit on this FRP with all province and also SALGA participating, trying to assist Emfuleni in making sure that we can improve both on the revenue side and also in managing our expenditure. Chair, I think most of those have been answered by and the Executive Mayor. On the consequence management, yes, I think we are agreeing that with instability at high level, it is up and down in terms of implementation. But I believe that with the current process, where all senior executives will be employed, that process will be done in earnest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm aware that there were some of the questions we asked which you didn't respond to. What we'll do is that we will make follow-up questions, but you'll have to respond to them in writing. However, there is an urgent question that I think Honorable Malema wants to ask. He says it's very urgent. It can't be sent in writing. Let's hear that.
No, thanks, Chair. It's not necessarily a question per se, but it's a very gracious request to the team. if it is permissible from your side, Chair, that we can be furnished with the consequence management policy that you are saying it is there. Because now, at least, I'm satisfied with what the acting CFO has just said. I think it was a material honest mistake on your part to have said that there's no policy. But now you are saying, no, the policy is there, you are confirming. And you're saying the problem is at the implementation level. If we can as well be furnished with the reasons why that policy is not being applied, when in fact there are serious irregularities that are taking place in the municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You don't have to respond to that now. Like we are saying, we will put it up as a follow-up question. It's also just to, at some stage, we'll engage with the chairperson of MPEC. I can see that he doesn't want to say other things. So I'm just worried about how we do oversight, because oversight is supposed to be robust, but we'll engage on that, Chair. Let me just say that our understanding as this committee is that the Office of the Auditor General is going to be releasing the audit reports to all municipalities, possibly by the 15th of December. So you are aware that what we're focusing on is the year 2021-22, is the year, excuse me, is the year that ended on the 30th of June 2022. It's now almost 17 months, whatever. So we now, what we want to see is whatever you said you've set up as plans, working with whoever, is it producing results? And the only way we can see that is when we look at the 2022-23 audit outcomes. So what we want to request to you, and we'll send you guiding questions, is that we want you to compare the plans you've produced or the initiatives you've taken or interventions you've made with the audit outcomes, if there was improvement or not, and why, if there wasn't improvement, what was the reason? If there was, then you must pat yourself at the back. We want that by the 30th of January to be submitted to us. We're not going to call you back. Just want you to respond to that and then give it back to us. It will, as I said, it will include some of the follow-up questions we want to raise with you. Yeah, unless there's anything else, we have come to the end of our session with yourself. We are going to be producing the report after January with recommendations. That's why we're also interested in understanding how the provincial government department, particularly COGTA and Treasury, are assisting you or are working with you, because amongst others must make recommendations in that regard, and also recommendations on how the legislature can be able to assist the municipalities. Thank you very much. Unless there's something extremely urgent you want to say, I want to close us here, Executive Mayor. And short one.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that indulgence. Chair, one thing that we request the legislature can assist us vehemently about, it is the issue of the payment to the municipalities by provincial government, you know. So if you can assist to fast track that. I know the Premier said they will try, but up until this far, we are not receiving anything from the provincial government. And we don't want to take a populist route of closing up the offices of one of our spheres of government. So we want to work together, Chair. Thank you.
No, you are not the only one who have raised that with us. We were surely going to take it up. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our session. I also want to apologize for the miscommunication of times, but at least we've been able to have this meeting and conclude it. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for about 5 minutes whilst we have the last municipalities coming. Thank you very much.
to.
And the Gauteng Provincial Legislature do apply here. My name is Solchaile Kanyile. I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, which is called SCOPA, but I'm here in my capacity as the co-chairperson of the combined committee that was established by the Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to ask the honorable members to introduce themselves, starting from my left.
Thank you, Chair. Sanbonani, Ikamala Mupumla Mdlankomo, member ye COGTA ne SCOPA. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Member Amanda De Lange. I'm a part of the SCOPA committee.
Sanmanan Bashanisha, Kamalam Mhlonishipin Kogam Ngilunga Lale Committee, Gabon.
Dumela, Lina Laka ki Polo Amalema, ke le lokola committee ya COGTA, le ya SCOPA, ke a leboha.
Thank you. I would like to ask you to introduce yourselves. Only the following people or leaders must introduce themselves. The Speaker, the Executive Mayor, the Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, and the Municipal Manager. The rest will introduce themselves as and when they speak later.
Enkosi Sihlalo igama nguThulani Elvis Mphitikezi, uSpeaker wase Merafong Local Municipality. Enkosi.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Nozuko Best, the Executive Mayor of Merafong City Local Municipality.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Mutalepule Penduka, the MPEG Chairperson in Merafong.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, a very good afternoon. My name is Dumisani Mabuza. I'm the Municipal Manager of Merafong Municipality. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just indicate that first we'd like to thank you for attending this session with us. Also, we'd like to thank you. I'm correct, you did send us your report and the presentation. Thank you very much. It has helped us on a number of things. So what is going to have happening is that we will be, when we engage, you must have that in mind, that we don't want you to go into details because you've got the report. Also that, to indicate that the mandate of this team is that we must investigate what came from the Consolidated General Report on Local Government Audit Outcomes. This is the MFMA for the year 2021-2022, which is almost about 17 months ago. This committee was established by the Speaker of Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the 12th of October 2023, and the Speaker did so in terms of Rule 139, Section 1, Subsection K of the Rules of the Legislature, read together with Rule 146 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So we have agreed, from our understanding is that we want to ask you that when you make your presentation, please avoid using acronyms. But if you, I know you are working in that space, so you'll just speak and find yourself using the acronyms. If you do, we'll just ask you to explain what it stands for so that we can all be on the same page. We also like to ask you to stick to the time that we allocated to you. I think we have agreed that, I'm not sure whether we're going to have one presentation together or there's going to be two separate presentations, one from the Office of the Speaker, the other one from the Executive Mayor. You'll just explain that when you get there. And also we want to say that we would appreciate the Executive Mayor if you can, it's because we didn't ask you this information before coming here. Maybe you can send a message unless it's somewhere around next to you there. We'd like you to tell us in the year 2021-22 financially, the one that we're discussing, what was your budget as the municipality? And related to that, we'd like to know that budget, how much of it was for capital expenditure and how much of it was for human resource. So those are the two, but you don't have to respond now. I'm saying if you can try and get that information so that at the time when we have that discussion, you are able to give us that information. But if unable to get it now, you can always give it to us in writing later. Our understanding is that Merafong local municipality in 2021 got a disclaimer. And a disclaimer is a very serious thing because basically it means the Auditor General couldn't find anything. And you had regressed from the previous year. So that's why you are appearing before us, because we had taken a decision that if we were to look at the whole consolidated report, let's identify municipalities that had regressed. So you are one of them. And that's why we have you here with us. So let me take this opportunity to first ask the office of either the Executive Mayor or you can delegate the municipal manager. I'll leave it to you to make your presentation, or you can even make remarks or give the municipality to present. I leave that to you, but you have about 20 minutes to do all that. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to take you through the presentation. The speaker will come and add on the presentation that we're having. Yes, Chairperson, Merafong City Local Municipality during the year
2021-2022 received an audit opinion disclaimer, which obviously we regressed from adverse opinion. And on the presentation that we have prepared, we have followed the points that were outlined that we must respond to them. And I will quickly go to the first focus area, which is quality of financial statements. The AGSA identified material misstatements in the 2021-2022 financial AFS annual financial statement, mainly on the PPE property, plant and equipment, depreciation, impairment loss, trade payables, revenue from exchange, prior period errors, cash flow statement, and statement in the comparison of budget and actual remained uncorrected. And the interventions that the municipality had to undertake, we have received support from COGTA, national and provincial treasury. And we also received, the municipality in fact requested provincial treasury to second the acting CFO so that he can be able to help us with the audit outcomes. We also appointed a service provider to assist in resolving the PP and related matters that were raised by the Auditor General. On progress, Chairperson, the municipality has undertaken a process of appointing a CFO, and it is at an advanced stage. We are waiting for assessment and vetting a report so that we can be able to take an item to council by next week, Thursday, and appoint the CFO. The one that is acting, that was seconded by Treasury, his contract is coming to an end by the end of this month. We also appointed a manager to oversee the expenditure unit, and annual financial statements were also submitted to Auditor General South Africa for audit, and it is in process. That process is ongoing, sorry. And we are also receiving interventions from SALGA. They are assisting us with audit queries. On performance reporting, Chairperson, the annual performance reports quality regressed. We had uncorrected material misstatements relating to the 10 indicators. And the interventions, the municipality developed and implemented a turnaround strategy in order to address your water and electricity distribution losses and other matters that were raised. And we also developed a technical indicator description with the assistance of the Auditor General during the preliminary audit in February 2023. And the progress, the municipality still requires effective and appropriate measures from management to enhance the implementation of its strategies in order to manage and control the non-technical losses, as this has a further impact on the municipality's ability to generate and collect revenue. Indicator technical descriptions developed by the municipality and approved by AG during preliminary audit that took place in February 2023. The municipality also appointed a performance management system service provider. In fact, it is in the process of appointing. We have issued an intention to appoint, and the current service provider's contract will come to an end at the end of December. So we must be having a new financial management system service provider by the 1st of January 2024. On compliance with legislation, it was also discovered by the Auditor General that our annual financial statements that were not submitted, the annual financials submitted were not prepared in all material aspects in accordance with the requirements of the section 122, subsection 1 of the MFMA. And reasonable steps were not taken to prevent the, to prevent UIF, what is it?
That one at least we know, because it means unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Yeah, the UIF and W, sorry, with irregular and fruitless and wasteful amounting to 49 million and 74 million respectively, as required by MFMA. Non-compliance with supply chain management regulations in procurement of goods and services. No monitoring of performance of some of the contractors timeously. No paying, not paying creditors within 30 days as prescribed in the MFMA. And the interventions were sought from COGTA, National Treasury, and Gauteng Provincial Treasury to assist the financial preparation process, preparation of UIF and W registers, and supply chain management standard operation procedures and related checklists. A contract
when you, the COGTA you're referring to, I saw it even the previous one. Is it the provincial or national COGTA?
It's the provincial one. A contract register has been developed by the municipality, and currently we are negotiating with other major service providers for payment arrangements such as your ESCOM and Rand Water. And the progress thereof, the 2023 and 2022 and 2023 annual financial statements were reviewed by our internal audit, and they were also submitted to AGSA for audit on time. On compliance with legislation, we are the supply chain management manager position is still vacant. However, the position has been advertised. Municipality is also awaiting document from management system rollout, which is an intervention by SALGA. Weekly meetings with ESCOM are held to manage the account, the supplier account. On service delivery, key service delivery targets were not met, and only 44% was achieved during the financial year. Projects were also were not timely completed. And AG also mentioned the upgrade of the replacement of Kutsong Reservoir, and the strategies to reduce the impact of distribution losses were not, in fact, are not yielding the desired results. And 23 to 46 and 23 to after the implementation of the turnaround plan, which did not even yield the desired outcomes, which will be implemented obviously together with the turnaround plan that was approved by council. And the collection rate is at below the standard norm, and both water and electricity. On governance, oversight, and accountability, The assurance provider's slow response has caused a regress in the audit of controls were also identified and financial system. I think I've talked to this one. We have also advertised all the vacant executive director positions and manager positions, and the director positions are also at an advanced stage where we are awaiting for the assessment report. Once we get the assessment and vetting report, we'll be able to take an item to council and appoint. And currently, we are negotiating with your Rand Water and other service, major service providers for payment arrangement with ESCOM, which we to comply with. And on progress, the current December, in a process, I've talked to this one, and interview both the ED corporate and shared services and the CFO. We have also, as the municipality, advertised a tender for procurement of modern annual financial statements. On unauthorized, irregular and fruitless, and 49 million was incurred during the year by the municipality acquired by the supply chain management regulation, and the municipality not following bid processes, irregular deviations and several contract extensions not in line with contract management prescripts. In the 2021-2022 financial year, there was an increase of the emergency procurement for critical materials that was not carried out in line with the applicable legislation. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure increased by 74 million in the current year due to interest charged in areas account, which is includes your ESCOM and Rand Water. And the interventions that we did, council developed UIF and W strategy, and that strategy was also, we also developed a register, and it was presented to MPEC and was taken to council. We also had your evergreen contract, but they are being monitored now. And we have appointed this year a new service provider for security. We have appointed fleet management service provider and the financial system, which we are about to, in fact, the intention to appoint has been issued, and we are waiting for that 14 days to lapse. On financial health, municipality has had issues of financial, in fact, we're still having those issues of financial sustainability from non-payment of basic services, as evident by a large impairment of the consumer debtors. The municipality was placed under section 1395A by the end of this financial year, 2021-2022. And we, under interventions, we have developed that UIF and W strategy and the register, which was also presented to MPEC. There was also a financial recovery plan that was imposed by National Treasury for the municipality, and we have taken that FRP to council. We are on monitoring cash flow management, and we also have audit of large users, which is done through intervention by provincial COGTA. They've appointed a service provider called Kagiso Trust. They have started in April this year. A study of cost reflective tariff on electricity supply was also conducted, and we are in a process of stakeholder engagement, which, if all goes well, we must take it as IDP and budget. Policy, And we are receiving reports, we are monitoring it and receiving reports through Section 71 reports. We are implementing a credit control policy. Even the scheme that I talked to, that we have taken to council, we are in a consultative stage where once we are done with consulting our stakeholders, we will then implement, and we are hoping that in fact, it is meant to recover the debt the part of the debt that is owed to us. On material irregularity, the municipality entered into a service level agreement with the service provider for the preparation of 2021-2022 GRAP compliant and annual financial statement amounting to 744,340, and an extension of support by the service provider was approved in July 2022, amounting to 288. The audit outcome was a disclaimer. The Kuzong water waste treatment works experienced severe incidents of theft and vandalism of the electrical controls panel, which power supply lines, which affected power supply lines, which resulted in the failure or collapse and non-functional of the secondary and tertiary treatment units. In December 2021, the theft and vandalism of the inlet works, the waste treatment works plant system, and allocated personnel that will evaluate and monitor. The accounting officer has initiated the process to appoint the service provider to conduct an investigation current financial system by December 2023 and initiate the process of appointing a new, I'm repeating myself. Non-renewal of security contract upon expiry. The municipality has appointed a new security company which is called Wenzile Papama and has concluded a service level agreement for the period of 3 years which started on the 1st of April. The progress that has been made, that the municipal contract register has been developed. A new service provider for the financial system will be appointed, and the contract for the service provider who prepared the 2021-2022 annual financial statements was terminated. And the Kuzong water waste treatment works remains non-functional. Since the appointment of the new security company, there has been no new incident of theft and vandalism reported. And there were submissions and business plans that were made to the provincial department in trying to get interventions on getting the waste treatment works functional. Chairperson, we are expecting as the municipality to receive an improved audit opinion over the next 3 financial years. And finally, the clean audit opinion, at least in 2025-2026 financial year. And the clean audit opinion will be achieved through continuous hands-on support from all the stakeholders that are assisting us towards improving pillars relating to governance, financial stability, institutional building capacity, supported by other supporting tools that include, among others, document management, your internal controls to improve monthly credible and timely reporting, while aligning our daily deliverables into measurable key performance indicators in all service delivery areas within the city of Merafong, and not forgetting to fill all the critical vacant position as the city of Merafong. I will then hand over to the speaker to do addition.
Okay, let's just say you've completed your presentation, and you have completed it within the stipulated time. You still had 3 minutes, but thank you very much for that. So I'm the one who will hand over to the speaker. Okay, sure. Speaker, 10 minutes.
Thank you so
as
much.
agreed in the letter.
Chair, I'm laughing because I used to say that when you preside over, the presenter should not hand over, because by implication is taking your powers. So, but thank you so much, Chair and the members of the committee. I hope I will try to speed up my presentation, which will be responding to the last part that speaks about the assessment of the interventions taken by the executive mayor. And what is my observation after all these things have been done? Are we moving to the right direction, or are we not moving to the right? So I will be trying to respond to that, Chair and the members of the committee. So the interventions made by the executive mayor, Chair, on the implementations of the action plan to deal with the 2021-2022 financial year, bearing fruits. I want to confirm that. But I think part of what may not be glaring in the report is that the Merafong City Local Municipality has a municipal manager appointed since 2017. I want to explain that. There was a municipal manager who was appointed in 2017, and I think after a year, if my memory serves me well, because the municipal manager did not, was unable to implement the handover report with the recovery plan after a number of attempts made by the council, and the municipal manager was suspended, I think, in 2018. Then from 2018 until 2022, we have been operating with acting municipal manager until we appointed the municipal manager, David Mabuza. So then you will understand, administratively, there was an element of instability because there were acting, keep on changing. So, but Chair, clearly that the period has been too long, somehow created, as I said earlier, the municipal manager was appointed in May, as I said, Chair, full-time Utatu Ubamuza. The second part of what one must appreciate, Chair, is the posts that have been advertised, as the executive would have indicated, that there are senior manager positions that have been advertised, the CFO and the corporate and shared service, economic development and planning, and they are in a process of finalizing, hopefully, executive in the next council meeting, which will take place next week. We will be getting a progress report on the outcomes of the interviews and the preferred candidates that will be appointed so that they are able to take us forward. Their intervention also speak to the managerial positions, which are the position lower than the executive directors, which the executive mayor has reported that most will be filled by the end of December, and that is a step in the right direction. And I think actually one must also indicate that in terms of the September 2021 staff regulations, it forces the municipalities that vacant funded position must be filled within a reasonable time. So the executive mayor has made a commitment Generally, Merafong has for many years operating chair with a vacancy rate of over 50%. So it tells you that if our complement was 100, and then we're operating with a complement of 50, and that created problems in some of the issues that the municipality needed to implement. I think I must also indicate, Chair, there is also a sense of discipline and consequence management being implemented at administrative level, of which during that time that was not the case. And I think the arrival of, or the appointment of the new municipal manager is giving us those reports that there is an action for years in council meeting. Councils were complaining about the consequence management, which was theory, and now it has been put into practice. We have a number of examples, Chair, that show the demonstration that consequence management is being implemented. We recently received, Chair, and the members of the committee, a report from public protector, which was talking about the irregular appointment of one of our employees from, which was appointed in 2011 for as a training officer, and later appointed as the manager in the municipality. And the report also indicated when the fellow was appointed in 2011, it did not meet the required requirements, and even when the fellow was appointed as the manager, that did not meet, and public protector clearly indicated that that appointment was irregular, and we have acted as the council. Those are some of the interventions. There are also employees, Chair, because of the actions that have been taken, that are charged, and some of them are still undergoing disciplinary processes for wrongdoings, and that includes theft and many other things. Merafong last had the organizational structure, I chair, reviewed around 2024, whilst the system state is very clear that on annual basis, when the IDP is reviewed, the structure must also be reviewed, and that did not happen. Because there was an instability within the institution, and I can confirm, Chair and the members of the committee, that going to the next council meeting, the organizational structure is going to be reviewed and adopted or approved by the council. On financial management, recovery and viability, and there were interventions. The following interventions, as presented, demonstrated that we are on the right track. By the executive financial recovery plan and intervention by the treasurer. I'm not going to repeat that, Chair. I would skip that slide because the executive mayor will have spoken to that. The service delivery challenges, and I think the executive mayor spoke about that, Chair. I'm not going to repeat, but there is a sense of moving to the right direction on the service delivery interventions challenges that are before us. As I conclude, Chair, the interventions being implemented by the executive mayor and her team clearly indicate substantial improvement, and surely if these interventions, Chair, continue as is, the road to clean audit is anticipated in 2025-2026 financial year. Looks promising, possible, achievable, and realistic. So I think I must also indicate, Chair, what I said to the executive mayor and the municipal manager. I said, even if we can get a qualified opinion, that to me, personally, it will be a great achievement. Because from disclaimer, adverse, if we go to qualify and a municipal manager, as the speaker of that municipality, I think I will be happy because that is going to be an indication that we are moving to the right, at least we are going to the green. I think that's all I can say, Chair and the committee, in terms of the assessment and my observation after these issues were presented in a council meeting. That is what I am observing. Thank you, Chair and the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairperson Penduga, if is there anything else you want to say?
No, I'm fine, Chairperson, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just say something before, two things first. Just to say that to you, Executive Mayor, we've been meeting municipalities. You are one of the two where the Executive Mayor took responsibility. In the others, we're told it's officials that are going to present, but thank you for that. Secondly, just a clarity, second question, before the rest of the, so that when you move at the same time. The city manager, is he the one who's seconded by Treasury, the one sitting here with us, or is the one that has been appointed?
The one that was seconded by COGTA is no longer with us. We have appointed in May for the next 4 years. So the only person that is still with us that is seconded by Treasury is the acting CFO, but his contract is coming to an end by the end of this month.
Any questions, honorable members? Honorable Tilangi, Honorable Mncube? Yeah, that.
Chair, thank you very much. Just in follow-up on the question that was just asked now, if the contract, is it the CFO, is ending in 4 months, is there any plans to maybe retain him and have continuity? I think that's one of the issues we've got, or challenges, if you want to call it that, in most of the local governments, is the fact that we need to establish continuity, especially when we work with service delivery and the finances and administration. Is there any plans to retain the CFO?
Let me just be clear with the question. So they say they are in the process for appointing a CFO. So is your question that even when they've appointed, can they still, are there plans to retain the one, so that, in other words, they'll have two CFO in a way? Is that your question? I just want to be clear.
Chair, I think yes. What I wanted to know is what measures does the municipality or the leadership put in place?
Honorable.
Ngiyabonga, Mhlonishwa. I think I want to commend the team. Outside, I was saying, there's a team full of men. And this one, I want to commend the progressive implementation of women leaders. I'm not sure whether I heard you well in terms of, for several years, there has been over 50% in terms of vacancies. Therefore, if you said it, I just want you to recap the question of, because there is an impact in terms of service delivery at this rate, but maybe because of your finances, you choose to cut your cake according to how small or big it is. So what are the critical positions within this over 50% that are vacant? And going forward, what are the plans that you're putting in place so that those key critical posts, if they're part of this 50%, and they are. Then you talked about the closure of the water treatment plant, which you have plans. But what I'm gonna ask is the question of what is the impact in terms of access to water? If Joburg is now affected in terms of water shedding, how is yours? Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing that there's few questions, let me ask mine so that you can respond to all of them at once. You remember the issue I asked you to check, Executive Mayor, I'm not sure if you were able to check it about the budget and the breakdown, just only two aspects, not the whole breakdown, on the human resource and on capital expenditure. But if that information is not here now, we'll ask you to submit it later. Secondly, you know, I heard you say that you've adopted the UIFW strategy or the ESA strategy. Our understanding is that when dealing with UIF and W, there are two sides of the story. There's dealing with it when it has already occurred. So there's monies there, you investigate, you reduce, you consequence management, you recollect. That's the process that we understand. But my concern is, or my question is related to before they occur. Because according to the legislation, the accounting officer, who is the municipal manager in this case, has a responsibility to prevent the occurrence of the unauthorized irregular fruitless and wasteful expense. So I want to find out what plans, are there plans on that side of the UIF and Ws? Then the next question is directed to the executive mayor. I mean to the speaker, sorry. We just want to find out, it's to the speaker and the chairperson of MPEG. In your own assessment, what is the capacity of MPEG to be able to engage and intervene when necessary when it considers the report of the Auditor General? So that's the first question. Do they have capacity, time, people, understanding, and all that? Secondly, when they've presented the report or tabled the report in the municipality, in the council, sorry, so whatever recommendations they make, then they become the resolution of the council. So the question is, does council has capacity to follow up on the implementation of those resolutions that it has taken? Remember, we're talking issues that have to do with the audit. We're not talking general issues in that regard. And then the next question that I want to ask is, has to do with the following. Let me just go to this one. So I think it was asked, but yeah, let me not get into that. Let me just final question. So would we be correct as this committee to assume that one of the reasons why your financial management systems have not been up to scratch and thus leading to these audit findings is the fact that you didn't have prop department or unit, whatever you call it, to get a sense that you use what you call the service providers in the main. one of your reports says you had to go 788 million, then later it was 200 and something. Does that mean, and then you ended up having a disclaimer, even those people came. I think one of the problems that the AG always indicate to us is that the people you appoint are mainly dealing companies, they've got very little understanding of municipal finance management. Have you been able to look at how you service providers who, I don't know who wants to start, whether the executive mayor or the speaker or the chairperson of MPEC?
Let me leave the other questions to the executive. I think the question around the CFO and whether the Honorable Chair, what are the plans in place to ensure that there's continuity, and I think you've pointed out correctly that we can CFO. That's the first part. But I also need to indicate to the committee of the accounting officer is to ensure of the UIF and W. In the proposed structure was picked up in 21-22 financial year is the fact that it did not exist at that particular point in time. There was lack of standard operating procedures, and I think that is in the report, as well as AG's report. So we are making a provision in the proposed structure. Position will be filled by the current, that particular position on contractual basis, is to assist the municipality to ensure that we have standard operating procedures, we have your terms of references, and we ensure internal control environment is so tight and strict that everybody is quite aware of what ought to be done at what particular point in time. I think part of the problem in 21-22 financial year has been the lack of that internal control environment. And these are the interventions, and I think, Chair, that we're trying to deal with as such. I think with regards to the issue around the vacancy rate, the 50% vacancy rate, and in fact, I've not looked for that information, partly, Chair, and I can sort of answer that now, is that part of what has been a problem for Merafong has been a financial management system that has been there since 2004. Now it's 2023. Apart from the fact that it's almost an evergreen contract, which obviously attracts irregular expenditure, but it's the fact that for many years that it does not comply with your municipal standard chart of accounts, M-score. So you M-score compliance and irregular expenditure as such. And I think that has been partly demonstrated in the presentation. It's around 1.9 billion.
Said 1 point?
About 1.9 billion, somewhere there. and the cost, the employee cost was about 19% of that. You know the norm is about 33%. We're sitting at 19%, so it's 19% of basically that 1.9 billion rand. That translates to employee costs. Now, the honorable member there is quite correct. I mean, if you run a municipality with a vacancy rate of about 50%, there's obviously going to be a very high impact in terms of service delivery, and that's exactly what we've seen. And that's why the executive mayor has indicated that many of these positions at executive management level, at management level, and even lower positions have been advertised, because we want to fill all of those positions so that we can propel service delivery going forward. I think the issue around, Chair, around the wastewater treatment works. It's really not a water treatment works, it's a wastewater treatment works. So it's really for water, it's for the other stuff that is not really nice, you know, wastewater. The interventions, as the executive mayor has indicated, we have secured it, we're putting plans in place to rebuild it and ensure that it's basically secured. And part generally, Honorable Chair and members, in the western corridor of our province, you have high prevalence of your zamazamas and all of that, and there's very high rate of theft and vandalism, especially of infrastructure, especially electrical infrastructure. But I think that has been indicated by the executive mayor in terms of the interventions that we're putting in place.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's only if some of the challenges that we're experiencing as responding. Okay, no, it's fine. So let me go to it's very difficult to answer, but there is also political. And I want to, and I think we discussed that with executive mayor, that because the MPEC is only operating within the secretaries in the MPEC that we said perhaps is, which might not have specific requirements to do that. So that is part on the administrative side. So I think, as we will know, Chair and the members, that the MPEC as a council committee, it relies more after the appointment of the MPEC Chair by a council on the members seconded by different parties and the knowledge and the capacity that they will bring in ensuring that when fed to them, there is a sense of capacity, of passion to investigate or execute the Chair and the members, and I think that has been attended to by the municipality, was that members of MPEC were too engulfed by party politics and everything. When the items are referred to MPEC, there is the items, and with that there will be challenges in terms of processing the items, even for the previous years. Committee, after the appointments of the MPEC Chair, parties took time to second or submit names of the members of that committee, and that had a negative impact in the functionality of MPEC. And the other question that you asked, Chair, is the capacity of the council in terms of following up on council resolutions. And I used to say that the Chair and members of the committee, that the custodian of council resolution is the Speaker. And if Speaker fails to follow up council resolutions, and some of the council resolutions might not be implemented by relevant departments. So the office Chair is doing its best to follow all council resolutions. And I think, and especially, Chair, council resolutions that are referred to council committees. In this case is the MPEC. And MPEC Chair can tell you that after there was a realization that there is a sense of non-functionality of the MPEC I said, because it's a council committee, I want to be part of, because they have created a WhatsApp group where they will communicate their meetings. And I said, because there were terms of reference, schedule of their meetings, what needs to be done, they were submitted in a council meeting. So we are following up, and even the items that are referred to them, working closely with MPEG Chair. So I do not want to say, Chair, I'm capacitated, but I want to confirm that council has got a capacity because so that at least when we go to meeting, there is a sense of tracing where are those, of whether the council resolutions were implemented or not. I hope that tries to answer your questions, Chair, and the members. Thank you.
Chairperson Penduka, any additions or is it fine?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as the Speaker have said, we as the committee, we're only working with myself and the Secretary, but through the intervention of the Speaker and the Municipal Manager, we've managed to have a one-day training from COGTA and Bonakute on the UIFW. So at least we are getting there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that this committee is aware that the Auditor General is finalizing the audits, the 2022-23 audit reports, and that they had said to us their intention is that they must be sent to individual municipalities by the 15th of December, the latest. It could be earlier. So why I'm raising this point is because we are aware that we are dealing with 21-22, financial year 21-22. And you've said to us, these are the interventions you've made, these are the things you've done. Now we need to see the impact of what you have implemented. And the only way you can see it is if we look at the audit that's going to come now. So what we want to suggest, in fact, is that you will then go back when that report is out, look at whether there were improvements or not, and I'm aware of what you have said that as long as, even if it's not unqualified audit, but at least there's a move to a higher level. I'm aware of what you've said. So look at what the outcome is going to be and then assess the impact of the interventions you've made, whether they were good or not, and then give us that report. We'll be able to guide you. We'll also send you some reminder around that. Would like to have that report on the 30th of January next year, so that by the 15th when it's out or before that, you take the time to look at that and be able to come back to us. We are not going to have you back here sitting with us. We just want you to give us the report so that you can finalize ours. That's one thing I want to raise. Obviously, there are some follow-up questions you might have when we finalize our report. We'll also send those to you for you to just respond to us in writing. You don't have to come to the hearing like we're doing now. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you, Speaker, for appearing before us and for engaging with us. One of the things that we are interested in is this support that the Gauteng provincial government is supposed to give. And I saw in your report, you went into detail that they are supporting you. At some stage, we'll have to discuss the relationship or the support you expect from the legislature itself now, not from Gauteng provincial government. What support you think you need from there. This is supposed to be one of our recommendations we make on the support by GPG and also support by the legislature in our report. So thank you very much for being part of our meeting. I want to ask you that you don't leave. It's going to take us 1 minute. Honorable members, we've come to the end of our meeting. Let me just indicate that according to our program, we're supposed to meet on the 4th of December. But I want to suggest that because on that date, you're supposed the Auditor General's report will be coming out around the 15th. And we've been saying to municipalities, we want them to just give us an assessment of whether there's an improvement. So I want to suggest that we still have the meeting on the 4th. We look at the preliminary report that will be produced by the staff, but we aim to have a meeting early next year after the 30th of January. We will decide on the 4th when we want to have that meeting, where we're going to adopt our report so that it's tabled in the House. Are we agreed on that? Agreed? Okay, thank you very much to our support staff for all the good work that you've been doing since to support this process. And we expect that you'll continue doing so until the whole process is concluded. Let me take this opportunity to thank honorable members for your attendance. This meeting is adjourned.